Hello, everyone, and welcome to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends Americas. I am Blevins, and I'm joined by Mr. eMOEtional. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? I figured I got offered a cast, and they're like, "Hey, do you want a chance to be on Fight Night for more than 2 rounds?" And I can't pass that up. So, yeah.
It's true. Well, yeah, we can't kick you. Well, we could kick you off, but we're not gonna kick you off because there is no winning and losing in the caster's desk. It's only winning. At least that's what chat says. They definitely don't say that, but
No.
we're definitely going to be winning in our own minds. But the players are the ones who are going to be doing the winning in the event. Let's take a look at the format for the event that we're going to be playing. In case this is your first time here, same old format that we've been doing since the beginning of the year. Double elim with 8 invited players. Every match is going to be a best of 3. And then we're doing Riot Lock format. If you haven't been here in many months, then this is new, but it's not new to most people. It's the same format as the seasonal. 3 decks, no duplicate region combos, no champion overlap. We're doing 1 band, but you still need to win with both of your remaining decks. And the players are, of course, playing for their share. That sweet, sweet $200 prize pool. Speaking of the players, let's take a look at the players that are going to be playing today on our bracket here. Mo, why don't you take us from the top? Let's talk about these matches.
Yeah, so at the top we have Floppy Mudkip versus General Schwartz. Everyone knows Floppy Mudkip. I think he's on is like a 3-win streak now, or at least 4 finals streak here.
Yeah,
And
I think he's 4 or 5 weeks in a row. He's been here. Kind of crazy.
That's absolutely insane. Probably can only be beat by me, but lucky for him, I'm casting today and not
Yeah,
playing,
you're here.
so.
I took you out of the pool.
Yeah, he's pretty lucky, but that should look like a really good matchup. I'm excited to see what Floppy brought today. I haven't actually gotten a chance to look to see what it was that he brought, but I'm sure whatever he brought, he's going to play it extremely well, and it's going to be very good Legends of Runeterra to watch, and it'll be really exciting to see if General Schwartz can actually give him a run for his money and give him a chance to take down Floppy and put him into the loser's bracket.
Yeah, definitely a tall feat, but we even saw Floppy Mudkip in weeks past make a run from the loser's bracket, so certainly possible. Of course, we also have Corone versus Cup is Mine, which is going to be our feature match. Void versus Heptia, and Russell versus the Lee Sin specialist himself. Kever, though, he didn't actually end up bringing Lee Sin. We might be talking about him later on in the tournament. But if you want to see the decks that the players brought, decks in the chat. You can see all of the decks that these players brought. But let's take a look at these players here that we're going to be featuring this round, Mo. Starting with Cup is Mine. This is a deck that you called out as a specialty for Cup is Mine.
Yeah, so way back when Ari first got released, this was back when like Kennen Ezreal was a thing, before people were playing Ari Kennen, I actually paired Ari with Lulu, and everyone told me I was crazy, except for Cup is Mine. Cup is Mine also played Ari Lulu and consistently sent me screenshots of him doing really well with this deck, putting up huge numbers like 65+% win rate runs with this deck. And he's constantly optimizing it, was constantly sending me updates on the deck, was always trying to get me to try to play it. And this is kind of his deck. This is what I put with Cup is Mine. Like you said, I said, oh, Cup of Mine is here. I hope he brought Lulu Ari, and he did. So I hope we get to see it play, because whenever he plays a deck like this, it's going to be, again, just a very good Legends of Runeterra being played. And I hope he kind of shows the deck off, lets people to see the power of it, and maybe convince a couple more people to try the deck out for themselves.
Yeah, when I look at this deck, it definitely is, of course, Lulu Ari. But when we see the deck played, it really, the secret champion is Flame Chompers, because it is the interaction with Flame Chompers and Lulu, as well as Ari, picks, all these other units and cards that just keep the Flame Chompers getting more and more value. You're able to develop your board and just eat away at their board, a lot of times for free, when you're putting the Flame Chompers in for free and even generating it for free off of a Boom Baboon. Just very, very strong, and a lot of different options that you can go for in this deck. But Mo, I'm curious, you mentioned this deck as a specialty for Cup is Mine. You as a player, are you ever looking, when you're playing against a certain player, regardless of your deck matchup tables, are you going, oh, I don't want to play against this player playing specific deck, so I'm going to ban it?
Very few and far between. It's really two extremes for me. It's either I think the player is so bad that they can win with only one deck, so I ban it from them, or I think this player is just so good on this deck that I legitimately have to ban it from them, or they collect a free win.
Right.
Most players aren't like that. I can only name like maybe a handful, which I won't do because I guess they're telling me not to call people out like that on stream.
I mean, I'm not saying.
But there's very
we know
few
one of
people...
them's me, of course.
Yeah.
On eMOEtionals, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Me on eMOEtionals, unbeatable.
Right. But yeah, there's very like if I played against Kever, I did play against Kever in one of my seasonal runs. He stopped my 9-0 because I was forced to ban his Lee Sin. Because like you said, going into this, he's an amazing Lee Sin player. Everybody knows him as the Lee Sin guy. And that actually forced my matchups to be even worse into the rest of his decks. And because of that, it just leads into some things. And so there are some people that I do that against. Against Cup is Mine, probably not.
Gotcha. Well, certainly a deck that we look forward to seeing. But there are a couple other decks, of course, that Cup is Mine brought. This one right here, Draven, Scion, with a little hint of Vi here. This is a deck looking a lot like what? Not even last season, 2 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago. I don't even remember when this deck was prevalent.
Yeah, this reminds me of like the very first Brazilian iterations of Draven Scion. I remember when Scion, the Nami patch just came out. A lot of Brazilians were playing 2 Draven and then 1 Vi because it's really good in the mirror match. Because you just play this really big this really big challenger card, and your opponent can't deal with it because your Vi is just too big. The only issue I have with this specific version is I can't tell which direction he's trying to go with. If he's trying to go with a more aggressive version because he's playing things like the Reborn Grenadiers, and only like 2 Centuries and 1 Farron, or if he's trying to go for the late game value version with the like 1 Farron is super late game. I have 3 Scions, so I'm looking for the late game combo. And I have like 2 survival skills to keep my Scions and Vis and stuff like that alive.
Yeah, on the one hand, I also don't particularly care for the hedge versions of these decks, but when they're open deck lists, I mean, having that sort of that unknown factor could throw off the opponents a little bit. You're not necessarily sure how they're going to look to mulligan. You're not necessarily sure what their overall game plan is game to game, because this isn't just a straightforward aggro deck. It's not just a straightforward mid-range deck. It is sort of in between, and as the pilot, you get to make that decision game to game, whereas your opponent is unsure. So we'll have to wait and see how Cup is Mine is able to pilot this one. But their last deck is an interesting one. This is basically new champion Aphelios. When did this champion get released? Oh, it's actually very old, but he got recently. I can't even say. I mean, he got buffed overall, but it's kind of reworked because his best moon weapon has been fundamentally changed.
Right. So everybody, when you played when Aphelios first came out, you probably stopped playing quickly after that. Aphelios kind of just like dominated the meta. Yeah, unless you were Deech or like JTA, or if you were playing TF Fizz. There are 2 decks. You either played TF Fizz to defeat all the Aphelios annoying people, or you played Aphelios and collected free wins. Since then, it immediately got nerfed to 3 mana weapons. A lot of time has passed. A lot of Brazilians cried and have passed along to other games now. And Aphelios is back to 2 mana weapons. Like you said, the most important weapon and the most problematic weapon was Crescendum. Crescendum used to pull a 2 mana unit out of your deck, so you could basically skew your deck to only have 1 2-drop and make that 2-drop broken. Something like a Sparklefly or something like a Boxtopus, and you would just have these humongous tempo turns early. Now that that's not available, I'm not actually sure how good Aphelios is. He's not really putting up great numbers on ladder. His win rate is not very high for as high his play rate is. But he could just get carried by this Victor and by the cards like Submersible.
Yeah, I mean, this is very reminiscent to the original pile list, the Ruben pile. I know how much you love naming decks pile. The person who made the deck pile, that's, that's the Mo theory of deck naming. But, it is very reminiscent of that original. I always like to call that deck Ruben's Zoo. Like, that made more sense to me because it was Ruben Zoo is his Twitter name. It was filled with animals like the cat, the goat. There's like a bunch of there's a lot of animals with it. It made a lot more sense, but people picked up pile. And either way, We are in game number 1. We are going to be seeing that Draven Scion up against, I believe this is Yordle in Arms on the side of Corone.
Right, so how this matchup plays out really depends on which half of your deck you draw, right? Like as we saw earlier, we don't know if this is necessarily an aggro version or if they tried to go long, and maybe having different variants of your Scion Draven deck allows you to play depending on how you draw. So here, against the Yordle and Arms deck, it's weird because most of the time against these aggro decks, you're trying to go into the late game. You're trying to say, oh, against aggro decks, I'm just going to kill your units early and then outvalue you with really big 4-drops, really big 8-drops, stuff of that nature. But the issue is Yordle and Arms has infinite refillability, and then they eventually just kill you in one turn if you don't have things like the Sentry and all the removal spells.
Yep, absolutely. We are experiencing the woes of not having the perfect spectate here, as we've got our admins in talking to the player we're looking at now. We will, of course, be getting back to the match very soon. But the good news here is that we do get to see, of course, the hands of the players. So that's always a positive. I do agree with you. I mean, this is sort of looking like the medium half of the deck. I don't even know how to, this is like all the filler cards. There's no pizzazz here. This is like this is just plain oatmeal of a hand. There's no spice, there's no cinnamon, there's no nothing right now. This hand is flavorless.
Yeah, this hand is very, very flavorless. The only type of flavor you have going for it is this Lost Soul. So because of that, you have infinite discard fodder, but you don't really have enough things to discard. As we saw in the hand, they picked up a survival skill. Survival skills is really good when you can discard it at burst speed and get a free kill on a Lulu or get a free kill on a 3-1. However, we see that they don't have good ways to discard at burst speed or at fast speed. So we just kind of have to hope, if your cup is mine, to get an action given to you, which right now, that's what's happening. He's given an action, so he's allowed to do things like the Arachnoid Sentry or the Simp Dredger or something like that.
Yeah, and of course we know that there is our good friend Captain Crunch, Captain Farron there in the late game if we get to it. But this Yordle and Arms deck, of course, can put on a lot of pressure. It can deal with the board with the Lulu. It can chip away damage, and of course, Cup is Mine not going to be able to actually gain any life. So any damage, any incidental chip damage that is taken is going to be permanent here. And, Corone, as we see, has a couple of Mystic Shots as well as some other pieces of burn in their deck to potentially get that last bit of reach if there is incidental chip damage throughout the game.
All right, and they also are, this version from Corone is playing 2 Treasure Trash instead of just the normal one that people see. So that also gives you more options for some type of high-rolly, weird late-game effect. So we see here, we see the Flame Choppers coming in. This is a really good attack for Corone on surface level. However, once you get down into it, this attack actually isn't that good. You have to sacrifice half of your board into a board that's going to get refilled again by this Lost Soul, and you don't really have good ways to push more damage when you're Corone because you don't have the Yordle in Arms at the moment. So getting in that attack is really good, except you don't have further ways to push a lot of unit-based damage.
Yeah, well, and we have a pair of Daring Poros. We also have 7 burn in hand, so half of Cup is Mine's life total is effectively on layaway right now for Corone. Just needs to find the time and the ability to weave those spells in. But like you said, that other 7 needs to be done via unit damage.
Yep, and then I was actually going to mention before he drew this that the elusive Poros are very nice, but Cup is Mine is also playing Poro Cannon. So at any point in time, if he draws the Poro Cannon, either this turn or next turn, he starts to negate these elusive attacks, and it just gets a lot less scary when you are Cup is Mine looking at Corone's open attack overall. Because while they do have 7 points of burn damage, that's about it. They don't really have much refill after that. So if you can not take 7 unit attack damage, which should be fairly easy, seeing as how you're going to have a full board of blockers, then you can kind of keep yourself healthy enough to not get burned out by this Mystic Shot. Mystic Shot, get excited. Corone's already used 1 Pokey Stick. We saw him shuffle and get excited away. So there shouldn't be too much burn or much more burn being drawn here on average.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right here. And yeah, you look at the hand now. Yes, the board's fill. We might be able to get a little bit of chip here. Cup is mine. I mean, get excited. You'd obviously like to save that to go face, but in a position like this, you're perfectly fine using it as a discard outlet potentially. You can save a 4-2 here, although actually, I guess you don't need to.
Right, because of course you're not dying. I'm actually not quite sure. I don't think Cup is mine. Maybe he misread the 1-4 with impact, the Mecha Yordle. Because overall, you save more damage by playing a Poro Cannon here. Because anything, if you have an elusive blocker, then the Mecha Yordle actually doesn't get any additional value because you can always block whatever gets buffed. However, because we don't have a way to block elusive units, and because it has Spell Shield and can't just die to something like a Get Excited off the top, we now see him taking a whole bunch of extra damage, go down to 9, which is now just one open attack away, one Mystic Shot top decked, another third Get Excited off the top. Like, very scary numbers here for Cup is mine.
Yeah, and it very well could be a misstep, just thinking, oh, there's no chance that my opponent has... no chance my opponent has 7 points of burn, and now it's 8 with the Pokey Stick.
Yeah, Corone is just one burn spell away from having just guaranteed lethal, because like you mentioned earlier, these PNZ Noxus decks don't have any sort of life gain in them. So there's no way for them to ever change their life total above what it's at originally.
Interesting. Corone going for the...
the
treasure trash. Kills the 4-1 Fearsome instead of going face. Makes sense.
Right, so the math there is... Does removing the blocker get me more damage than the 1 this is going face? And so if it allows the 2-1 to connect, then you've gained damage. If it doesn't, then you just lost damage overall. I would have liked to see from Corone that last turn, because you have so much mana, you know you have this treasure trash. I wouldn't have mind throwing 1 or 2 Mystic Shots to the face there, just to say, hey, I'm refilling my mana this turn anyways, with and I'm going to treasure trash for lethal, because I know I'm going to have burn. I know there's no way Cup is mine is going to kill me. There's no way he could possibly pump out 20 damage and then not die to my fast speed, Get Excited to Mystic Shots. So here we see him do a Mystic Shot now into treasure trash, whereas you could have had an additional mana to save mana going into the next turn if you would have done this last turn.
Oh, what do we have here? I saw an 8 mana something.
Oh, he triggered Plunder on the elusive. That I believe that reduces the cost of all of his units by 2 or something like that, which is really funny.
Oh, yes. Wow.
I guess he can only play 3 cards at a time anyways, or 3 cards for the rest of the turn anyways, but he did get a really big elusive unit, which is a problem. And he makes his other units... I don't know if he makes them bigger or makes them cost less, but yeah,
I think it makes them cost less. Yeah, Marksman is definitely great. Put a unit on the board, get rid of a blocker.
No, this overall was a really, really good hand from a really good hit. You got an unblockable card, you got a card that removes a blocker, and then a second card that removes a blocker in Culling Strike.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, and how about a 7/7 for good measure? I can't tell what it is. Ah, Bandle Gunners.
Impact 4.
Impact 4. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I would say that pushes the last little bit of damage he needs here.
Yeah, well, Cup is mine getting to cast the ever rare hard cast survival skills. I say you might as well attack with at least. Might as well attack with the Poros, I think. I don't think you're afraid of dying to the open attack. Although I guess you don't really need to.
Right, there's no reason to, because you just have guaranteed lethal deterministic with the burn in your hand. Unless, I actually think that the survival skills kind of messed up Cup is mine, because there was this weird line where you get excited your own unit so you don't take the impact 4.
Oh.
But obviously... at this point, you don't really think about that because you tell yourself, oh, I have to kill them this next turn or I die no matter what. So because of that, you have to save to get excited for lethal.
Makes sense. But I think super lethal is the correct term here, as Corone, through some burn in hand and a treasured trash, able to take down game number 1 versus Cup is mine.
Yeah, and that's why I like Treasure Trash in these lists. They just let you get so many random cards if you're ever thinking of running out of cards, because we've seen a bit of these Yaya decks take out things like the Concologist, take out things like the Telescope, so after the nerfs, so there's less ways to actually generate more cards. So Treasure Trash is another just really good way to say, oh, it's coming into the mid to late game, I'm running out of cards, never mind. And then now you have to play around literally every card in the game, and sometimes you get really banger hits like he did this last game, and you just get free dubs.
Yeah, I mean, on average, you're just getting, I don't know what the math is, but you're just getting a lot of value worth of, you're just getting a lot of stats worth of stuff for 10 mana, right? It's a 10 mana, put, I don't know, 15 power onto the board or something like that on average, which is just a good card, right? And the deck has Zaunite Urchins, it has Get Excited, it's got Poro Cannons, where if you draw that first Treasure Trash really early and you don't feel like you're going to get to the late game necessarily, you've got some discard outlets to actually get some value out of it, so it's not just a dead draw in your hand as a 10 drop. I really like the inclusion.
At worst, it's discard fodder.
Yep. But now we are on to the... Ooh, this is a deck I've actually been playing on ladder a little bit. Riven Rumble. The Riven Rumble Bandle City. Which is more Mecha Yordle focused after Rumble got the adjustment to now level up with the Mecha Yordles. I would say it plays out very similar to the other Rumble decks, where it's kind of a straightforward aggro, like almost like Lee Sin-esque, except Rumble has the combo sort of built into himself. You just need to give him Overwhelm.
Oh, I thought you were saying it plays into it like the other Rumble decks where you just lose on turn 7. But it's good to know that these decks can do
if you
something
get to
different.
turn 7, a lot of times you will lose, but I try to make it so there is no turn 7. When
I see. Interesting. I like that last play from Cup is Mine where he doesn't use the survival skills to kill off the Riven. It's better to save survival skills whenever something has quick attack, because we know Riven can give herself quick attack, as well as Rumble, the other main threat in the deck, just has built-in quick attack. So being able to keep this survival skills for a way to kill off the Rumble at burst speed and still have tricks up your sleeves is really, really nice.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's the Overwhelm for the Rumble, but this is, like you said, going to be the survival skills plus the 4/2 here.
Right. Plus, it can also be a Get Excited or a Mystic Shot. I think Cup takes like 2 damage this turn. If he prioritizes his HP over board, he could take up to 2 damage.
Well, you take...
Okay, so he decides to take... This is 5 overall? 3, 6? Takes 6 overall?
3, 4, 5, yeah, 6 with the impact from Rumble here.
Gotcha.
Which is not too bad. If you're Corone playing the Rumble here, you can do, you can do 9 damage relatively easily. You can't do 9 damage relatively easily with 0 board and no Rumble in hand. That is the big difference maker here.
The good news is we do see the Decimate in hand, so that already is about half of it need to be made up. So the question is going to be, can you find another Decimate before your opponent just turns the corner and kills you? Because we see Cup is Mine's hand is actually really nuts. He has the Flame Chompers. He's pushing easily 11 damage this turn.
Yeah.
That's half your life total. So if you're Corone, you essentially have 1 turn to find an Overwhelm unit or an Impact unit or some way to come up with this extra 5 damage.
Yeah, I actually think that if Corone took the Elusive unit here, we would be able to get there. With the Elixir of Wrath, it would have been 5 plus 1 impact is 6. This is a big unit, but
it just gets jump blocked.
It just gets jump blocked. I think Corone took it thinking, oh, they're going to be able to play it, so I have a blocker here. That's actually just not the case. They just attacked.
Yeah, it's I think this is some of those situations where when you're players, it's a very good tool to just look at your hand and look at your cards and say, how do I not lose this game? Like, for instance, that turn was, oh, at best case scenario, I can play a blocker here. Sometimes you just have to look around and say, how do I actually win this game? It's not about not losing, it's about winning. And the Elusive line was very much in, this is how I win the game. Whereas now, Corone actually has 0 way to win because he doesn't have Overwhelm on this unit. It doesn't have any type of keyword to actually push damage. You can Whirling Death for an additional 1 damage if you really want to. But
Yeah,
that's not going to be better than saving it for the defensive turns.
Right. Yeah, this is just, I mean, you're down on cards, you're down on board, you're really down on cards because this Decimate is basically not a card, right? I guess if you're surviving the open attack and you draw a Decimate, that's like the line, but that's like, yeah, it just seems so weak.
Yeah, we see the Challenger at burst speed here with an Axe. We see the Scion should be pushing enough overwhelm damage. There should never be a way that Corone kills the Scion, even with something like Elixir of Wrath Whirling Death. We see Kappa's Mind has like Flock, so even if that doesn't actually kill Corone right now, it should set him up to have Get Excited lethal.
Yeah, very well played by Kappa's Mind, and yes, this is the line Corone is going to go for. Going to get pretty easily countered here.
I actually think, I can't tell what level Scion is, but, oh, never mind, because we don't have units to discard. I was thinking maybe you could Get Excited the face, level Scion, so you just immediately get a rally or something funny like that. If you had units in your hand, that was a very possible line, but I really like the double Flock line here. And then, hey, I mean, if Corone did draw that Decimate, he would have had lethal here. Because he does survive this. He does survive this. Oh, no, he doesn't, because we got Max back.
Dies to Get Excited, but yeah.
All right, so he tried. He got very close.
He did try, but I feel like that elusive, if he takes the elusive, doesn't he just win? Because the second Get Excited wasn't there.
It really comes down to how much mana, if he had enough mana to both do the elusive and the Decimate.
Right, that's true. Might have been off.
I don't recall. Yeah, he might have been 1 mana off or so. But if he had the mana for them both, that could have been a more winning line instead of a how do I not lose line. But if you don't have the mana for it, there's no reason to even try it, because you put yourself in the same scenario as right now, where it's, if I can't kill you in 1 turn, I have a top deck out, stuff like that, which is what he gave himself.
Yep. Well, either way, we have tied up round number 1, 1-1. Now, Kappa's Mind just going to need to win with their final deck here versus that Riven Rumble deck. And, you know, I'm not, as much as I like the Mecha Yordles, I think it's a fun variant of the Rumble deck, I'm not at all convinced that it's better than just going the full burn plan, which I'm also not convinced is even that good of a deck in and of itself.
Yeah, I think it just is kind of a worse Victor Rumble, which I can see that if you're already using Victor Vi.
Victor Vi,
Victor Riven. Oh my goodness, I can't speak.
Victor Riven, okay.
Yeah, that deck, the actual deck.
I haven't seen any of these other decks.
If you're already using Riven or Victor and something else, like if you're playing Victor Aphelios, I understand why you settle for Rumble. But if you're not doing that, which we see Corone is not playing Victor anywhere else, I'm not quite sure why you would settle for just in a more inferior deck. But game 3, we get Ahri Lulu.
Yeah, this is it. We're seeing the star of the show here, Flame Chompers, doing work in conjunction with Ahri here. Just free damage, free Ahri progression, free kills. You love to see it.
Yeah, this deck just is so beautiful. It just has so much synergy and a sense of, oh, I need discard fodder in my hand for these Get Exciteds. I can just infinitely bounce this. I can infinitely bounce the Flame Chompers. There you go. Have infinite discard fodder. Oh, I have too much discard fodder and only one way to discard things. Okay, I'll just infinitely bounce back the Zonite Urchin, and now I have ways to discard all these things.
Yep.
So it's just, you have so many ways to actually play with this deck that if you have a big enough brain and enough reps on the deck, you can make any matchup like even at worst.
Yep. And this is a site. We see the Get Excited just going face here, and that as an opponent, that is either A, you think, oh, there's no way I lose this game because my opponent doesn't know what they're doing because it's generally a bad play, or B, I can't possibly win because they know that it's a bad play, which means if they're doing it, they're gonna kill me very soon.
Right, but they have so much burn, it does not matter. I'm quite interested in the fact that Cup decided to go for this more aggressive line of just flood the board with units style, instead of, I think a lot of people could have considered going, oh, I'm just going to Twin Disciplines up my Ahri, pull in the Riven, kill your Riven, but that falls really susceptible to a lot of things like Whirling Death or Mystic Shot, or not Mystic Shot, sorry, Whirling Death, or like any type of save spell that Corone could possibly have. And because of those, this line overall will have more success.
Yeah, in my mind, for whatever reason, I was thinking it was Lulu and not Ahri. I'm like, why in the world are we not just killing the Riven here? But that makes a lot of sense, obviously, as that wouldn't have happened.
Would not quite have happened. But as soon as we do get the Ahri, if we get an Ahri, then Cup is My Hand is looking really good. On the flip side for Corone, their hand is already looking good. They don't need to draw into anything because they have everything in their hand. They have 8 mana, which is a lot because Riven can just like spit out all of their spells. They drew the Rumble off the top there, so they can still level up the Riven and play a Riven Sword all this turn if they kept enough Riven fragments.
Right.
Which I don't think they did, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think we discarded one. This has been an interesting thing for me just learning this Rumble deck is unlike the P&Z version where you have so many, the deck is just built with nothing but discard fodder. So it's like quite easy to determine what cards you're discarding. In this one, there's A, fewer of those, and B, there's also these things like the Arena Promoter, and the other Mecha Yordle cards that are requiring you to discard another card in your hand, and there's not nearly as much fodder, so you have to actually end up discarding, you know, quote unquote real cards, and I think that decision is a lot harder to make, and getting more reps on the deck will certainly improve your win percentage overall, though you will probably plateau at some point just given the nature of the deck.
Right. I think it really just comes down to matchups most of the time as well. As we saw here in that last match, Cup's Mind had a way to give his unit Undying. So it said, hey, it doesn't matter what you do, I'm just going to kill your Riven or your Quick Attack Rumble anyways. Because we don't have that here, Corone knows that anything he puts on this Rumble is free. Anything he puts on the Rumble is good to go.
Yep.
So
Rumble...
Rumble provides a lot of threat here. You can do a lot of things when you're Corone. You could try to push lethal. You could try to guarantee kill the Rumble. It's a very interesting spot to put yourself in.
Yeah, I feel like you have to at least try to kill the Rumble, as 7 life, not very easy to deal with. I guess you do have Get Excited plus Concussive Palm.
Oh, the nerf. Also, I wanted to point out the nerf on Twin Disciplines actually made Cup's Mind 1 damage off lethal in 3 different ways. So there was the open attack line where if he could Twin Disciplines his Ahri, pull the Rumble to the side, that puts Corone at 4. There's the developmental line, which puts Corone at 4. And then there's a line where he just lets the Riven hit him, keeps his 4/3 alive, and that also puts Corone at 1 HP.
Wow. Well, all of this is sort of for naught here, as the Mystic Shot off the top is just lethal.
You know, they say good players play well, better players draw better. So,
yep, that's just the nature of the beast a lot of this time. A lot of back and forth, but at the end of the day, Cup is mine. Going to say this round 1 is mine off the back of the Lulu Ahri there in round number 1.
Oh my goodness. This is what Casanova has to deal with every week.
Yeah, there's a yeah. This is what Casa has to deal with.
Well, I hope he's
sort of numb
to it.
He's numb to it, at least at this point, but there it is. Cup is mine. Losing the first one and then getting the reverse sweep here, winning 2-0 versus the Rumble Mecha Yordles deck, which is sad for my heart because I really want that deck to be playable, but hey, you know what? I'm getting wins and diamonds, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced that deck is ever going to be better than just like Riven Victor. I think Riven Victor is just a strictly better version because you get the P&Z package instead of the Vandal City package, which funny enough, you could also have played Riven Rumble if you want to, just with also PNZ, because Rumble is in fact Vandal City Noxus. You can still play Noxus PNZ. So I'm not really sure why anyone would ever go into Vandal City. I don't think the 1-mana 2/1 from Vandal City is good enough. I don't think the Pokey Stick is good enough. I think the card's very overrated at the moment. I think I'd much rather just have, if you're not even playing Victor, if you want to stay with these champions, I'd still just much rather have the Ambush for the elusive tech. I'd rather have the Mystic Shots, the Get Excited, the elusive units, stuff like that.
Yeah, Ballistic Bot and all that. Yeah, that's the I guess the traditional version of that deck, but we'll see if there's some iterations. Maybe Rumble sees some play in different places. But we do have another round 1 match that we're going into. Game number 3 here. We're going to be jumping right in. Void versus Heptia here. And we are right at the beginning here. Sundisk out versus the old Pantheon. I'm assuming probably Pantheon Yuumi, though I don't have the deck list up. Mo, what do you think? What do you take of this matchup?
This is very much Demacia favored. So I would not be surprised if Void's opponent here definitely just runs away with the game, Hepatia. So I very much like Demacia into the Sundisk. I think Sundisk was probably one of the most overrated decks we've ever had on release, or a new patch. And I have been spamming Scouts in my solo queue games to just destroy this deck, because I play Demacia, you play Rally, you play just big units that they can't deal with, and that's too much for this deck. You are simply too fast, and you usually kill them before they pop off their Sundisk. If they're playing the slower versions, if they're playing things like the mid-range version, that's not the Feral Prescience, the like Turbo Predict, level my champions on 6 and 7, you can outgrind them with things like, oh, I now have a huge Pantheon, I now have Barrier Rally. And if they are the Super Turbo Predict, that means that they don't play early game units. Like, they usually don't play this Shurima Yordle. So because of that, you just swarm them out early and kill them early. So there's really not a good build of Mono Shurima that can deal well with these Demacia mid-range style decks with rallies in them.
Yeah, it definitely, I think, got the swim boost with the swim hyperbole of this deck is broken. It's gonna it's gonna need to be hot fixed. It's insane. I level my champions on turn 6 every game. Oh, that was us again.
Hi. Right, I think that happens a lot, especially since the LOR community is so small and the amount of influence streamers have is so big. Even not just swim, but even streamers that are have like 100 viewers and 200 viewers, their outreach is still going to be extremely massive and have big impact on ladder meta and stuff like that, because of just how few streamers there are and how few people there are with 100 viewers. So that usually has a really big role into it. And then on top of that, it's just like, oh, everyone loves Mono Shurima because it's a fun new deck, so everyone is playing it. I did a Meta Monday today. This deck is currently 16% of Masters ladder. The next closest in play rate was 4%, so it has over 3 times the play rate as the second most played deck in Masters right now. So it is super, super overplayed at the moment, or I should say super played. And people are just quickly finding ways. It reminds me a lot of people are calling it the Iceborne Poro of this patch.
Oh, yep.
You're right, because last time it was Iceborne Legacy got buffed and people were like, oh my god, Poros are tier 0 broken elusive. Look at this crazy thing it does once in every, 10 games or something.
Yeah. And you know what? I like those decks existing. I like when, it's basically like new patch comes out and it's like new cards are being printed essentially, even though it's the same card just changed. It's fun, right? I like the fact that these new decks come up, or these maybe old decks that were really underpowered now are seeing some looks. It's the, people ruin it, right? When it's like, oh, this is broken, it needs to be nerfed. It's like, does it though? Does it actually? Is it actually even good?
Right.
Before you're saying it's broken, is it even good?
Exactly, and I think that's something that people just take at face value a lot of the times, especially if you look up to a player because they are either very popular or because they are considered very skilled and good. It's really easy to just take what people say at face value in card games. So a lot of times people just kind of have to think outside the box or more for themselves. to figure out if something is good. And I originally said like, oh, I heard that the Sundisk deck was really broken. I kind of stepped away for LOR for a couple weeks, came back on the new patch because things got shaken up, and all I heard all day on the Wednesday was Shurima broken. I come in, play, try to figure it out, and realize, wow, this deck is actually really good against exactly control. If you're not playing control, this deck is actually not that good. Which was very surprising to me to hear all of the OMG broken deck overall, instead of just saying OMG this deck is really good against a specific style of deck. And I think that can a lot of times get kind of forgotten, or people say this deck's good. It's good for a reason, but not good everywhere.
Right.
Also, I love what Hepta is doing here. This is actually genius. So he's baiting out the quicksand. Not killing Azir here, it doesn't really matter too much, because you're hoping that Pantheon just hits like Challenger or something like that on it. And you can play this Pantheon and not really be afraid of any more quicksands or anything like that, because you don't have to worry about it losing the barrier, the overwhelm, the, you know, whatever he ends up rolling.
That is true. Quicksand is like even better than Hush versus Pantheon in a lot of time. Maybe not even better, but quite good at the very least. And it is now gone, you know, to save the Azir, which of course is useful, but is it good enough is the question.
Right. I think it really comes down to if this Azir is one-off leveling. If Azir is one-off leveling, I don't think it matters, because I think they level Azir here. Hepta was not quick enough, did not have the rally, did not have a really explosive start, and Azir levels, they pop Sundisk, and the game is kind of just done. If the Sundisk does not pop, then this is very much Hepta's game. With the Sundisk popping here, if Void decides to play the I forgot the name of it. Oh, I guess, or the Landmark, that works as well. I was gonna say you can play the 5/2 just to have another blocker, and that gives you a good blocker and now levels Azir, which is extremely scary and hard for Hepta to deal with, especially since you don't have the rally, and that is really the card that gives you the edge over these Shurima decks are the rallies. So we didn't have an aggressive start with Overwhelm. We kind of just got chump blocked down. We don't have a rally for the mid-game power. So it was overall just kind of a little bit too slow for the Shurima deck.
Yeah, and now we get to see the Shurima movie, which now, you know, I don't know how many people are in chat right now, but I can officially say that more people have seen the Shurima movie this week than saw Morbius in the theaters. There's
it was that bad, huh?
There's a topical burn to a movie I haven't seen nor care anything about.
I was just about to ask if you've actually seen it or not.
No, no one has. That's the joke. That's the meme.
I see. Yeah, so this game was just a case of Hepta just being too slow. And this is also why I prefer Scouts or Lulu Zed in the meta right now over Pantheon for this specific matchup if you're planning to play against Azir Xerath, because you are on average going to be faster than you're going to be too fast for them to deal with you, and you're going to be faster than Pantheon, whereas you still have the same rally in the mid-game crazy time that the Pantheon decks have.
Yeah, and this is absolutely brutal for Hepta here, as the Xerath not only lives, but also the Pantheon is now still dying because the Fated isn't proccing. This is...
Oh, no.
Mean, now there's going to be two Xeraths. This is just... I mean, even if Void didn't have the Emperor's deck, which... I mean, I know it's kind of a meme, and it's not like it's not necessarily the best cards, but they still are very powerful cards. They're just sort of random in regards to what they do, but they're overstated, undercosted, powerful effects. So, and also Void has 5 cards in hand. Hepta's one. All
right, and one of them draws him more cards. So, it's having a way to just say, I have 2 Xeraths, I'm hitting you for 15 at the start of round is really insane there. So it's good to see Mono Shurima do well still in tournaments and show people that this deck is not bad, I think there should just be less extremes when talking about decks, saying, "Oh, this deck is broken" or "This deck is trash." There are in betweens there. There are decks that are good for tournaments and good for specific matchups. And this was just a great showing on how it's good in tournament against a specific matchup, depending on how you build it.
I would love to see Mono Shurima make its way into some lineups for a tournament, for a seasonal, for fight nights. I think it's a very different deck than we're used to seeing, right? It is playing a different axis. It's like kind of combo-y, or you can build it more combo. It's kind of mid-range. It's got some control elements, but it's got a bunch of cards that we really don't see outside of the Mono Shurima deck. So I really like the concept, and I hope that it is a good tournament deck. Whether it's good or not on ladder, well, you know what? It's hard to have fun on ladder for people most of the time anyway, so I don't actually care if it's good or bad for ladder. I like to see it do well in, or at least be playable in tournaments. It doesn't have to be the best deck. As long as it's not the worst, a lot of times it can make its way into a lineup.
The best way I've seen this deck described as being a player who's prepped for tournaments and stuff myself is anytime you would play Tree, you just play this deck instead. This deck has the same lineups as Tree, except it is better than Tree because you're more consistent. And instead of having like a turn 8 win with Tree, you have sometimes like a turn 6 or turn 7 win with Mono Shurima.
Yeah, and it maybe you bring both. Who knows? Maybe we'll see it in the next.
I just said don't leak my seasonal stream.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I said that before the cat.
Oops, did I do that? Well, we'll have to wait and see if the Mono Shurima deck can continue its success for Void in the next round. But we'll be going to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We've got more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to a Fight Night Legends. America is brought to you by Wisdom. I am still Blevins. That is still Mr. Emotional, and we are here round number 2 in Fight Night here, Mo. How you feeling so far?
Man, I would have washed these guys. Like, real talk. I said this in between. Looking at these guys' decks, I would have cleaned this tournament.
Well, I saved the tournament from you, Mo,
yeah,
so that
Floppy's
gave
lucky.
everyone else a chance. But
he must have reinvested that money to you guys to just pay me to not be on.
Let's take a look at the bracket so far, see where we're at. Floppy taking down General Schwartz 2-0. Of course, we did see Cup is Mine's match. Saw the end of Void's match, and Kever able to take down his match 2-0. But Mo, this round, we're jumping in. We're going to follow Cup is Mine against a hefty adversary here. Arguably, or actually inarguably, the most successful player in Fight Night America, in Fight Night period history. That is Floppy Mudkip, the 6-time Fight Night champion here, currently on a tear. But Cup is Mine may have something to say about that.
Yeah, Floppy obviously proved he was really good in the last meta. I think the kid's been on a huge tear since, I mean, last season was he top forward, I'm pretty sure. He had their top 8 or their top forward. So he's been on a killing spree since then. But hey, I mean, new patch, new cards. Let's see if he's able to flex it out. The best players in the world in card games are flexible and able to change and adapt to their surroundings and metas. So let's see if he's able to do that here, or if maybe we start to see a little bit less Floppy and Floppy.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because these are some brand new decks here. I'm taking a look at them now, and you can too. !decks in the chat if you want to see the decks that all of the players have brought this week, as well as every other week of Fight Night. Floppy brought the colloquially referred to as Ruben Pile, the Aphelios Vi with a little bit of Zoe, that Riven Victor, a deck that you were talking about, Mo, as well as the Fizz Lulu, good old-fashioned Yordle in Arms. And Mo, let's take a look at the Riven Victor deck here. As this was one that you mentioned you liked a little bit better than the Rumble Riven we saw in the last round.
Right, so Floppy Mudkip's lineup is really similar to the same lineup that he fought against Corone in round 1. Or that Cup is Mine fought against Corone in round 1, except you are playing Floppy's on the Victor Riven instead of the Riven Rumble deck. So this is, like I said, I think the best, the better version, the more optimal version. The stats say this is the better version. This deck currently has the highest win rate on the Masters ladder at the moment, boasting over 60% win rate. So this deck has to be good. It can only be so bad when you're boasting that big of a win rate against a large sample size, random players. I can only imagine how good it's going to be when someone as skilled as Floppy Mudkip plays it. We've seen him play these PNZ piles before. Every deck that he's been extremely efficient in has PNZ in it somewhere. So seeing him play another PNZ style deck with a bunch of burn and stuff, it's going to be great. It should just be good LoR.
Yeah, I have not seen this specific version yet, so I'm also quite excited to see this one. We got even the 2 of Calculated Creations, which is a card we don't always see, but we're jumping into the bans here for Floppy and Cup is Mine, and take a look at this. Mo, what are you thinking from Floppy's side here? What are you looking to ban with this lineup, potentially?
If I'm Floppy, I'm looking to just ban the Lulu Ari because of the Ionia package. You just don't really care to deal out any of that. Aphelios Victor, not that strong of a deck. You don't have the Vi in it. You don't have the Zoe in it. So the reason Aphelios Zoe Vi works so well is because you have a plethora of orthogonal win conditions. Victor Aphelios just does not have that. They don't have as many win conditions as the Aphelios Vi Zoe version.
Okay, I'm calling the bluff here. What in the world is an orthogonal win condition?
So orthogonal decks are decks that just play on multiple axes. So they just have like a bunch of different win conditions. So in Zoe Aphelios Vi, you have Aphelios can be a solo win condition by outgrinding your opponent. Zoe's a solo win condition with level up. Vi could be a solo win condition by just removing your opponent's board and killing them with just this big giant like unit that you can also grant elusive with if you need to. On top of, I'm sure he plays things like star shaping is another win condition you could play. Any type of like created card can be its own win condition. So that deck plays.
So orthogonal is just another word for pile, then, right? It's just those decks are just pile decks. It's just a bunch of good cards in the deck.
Well, pile just means like a bunch of. Actually, pile is the opposite. It just means it looks really bad. It just means you're running like a pile of cards. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't know how this deck is winning. It's just a pile of cards.
Yeah.
Whereas orthogonal means like you play on multiple cards that are in itself win conditions. Like Shelfolk is a card that's a win condition. Like Helios, all these cards are single-handed win conditions.
Well, I called and you had the nuts anyway. Weren't bluffing. You love to see it.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I mean, I don't know. I thought you were trying to sneak in. I thought you were just trying to sneak in a nice,
no. I am,
SAT vocab word on stream.
I am very wordy. I know all of the words. Trust.
It's a 3-time Wordle seasonal champion, Mr. eMOEtional here.
I am in fact a Wordle seasonal champion, first ever. No one's ever done it before.
It's true. It is definitely true, but we are here. Floppy setting up. Unfortunately, not going to have the attack token Yordle and Arms, at least not on cooldown, but either way, it looks like we are going to be getting a nice wide board, a Yordle and Arms. I mean, do you really need to do much more with this deck?
No, and this is why a lot of people just hate this Yordle and Arms deck. Call it, people say, oh, it doesn't take any skill, or it's very annoying to play against, because we see on paper, and in theory, a deck like Cup is Mine should destroy this deck. Like Cup is Mine plays a bunch of removal spells, plays a bunch of units that are just, bigger than yours on average. So you think like, oh, well, I have Mystic Shots, Get Excited, Challenger units. I just have like my own threat line. So because of that, I should be beating you. Well, Floppy Mudkip with Yordle and Arms says, oh, you're going to trade with me? Okay. Like right here, you're trading down units. That's fine, because the unit you're killing has already produced me another card. The unit he killed produced him this landmark, which can kill another unit if he wants it to, and open up for an open attack. Same with like Bandle City Mayor. If you trade Bandle City Mayor with a unit, well, guess what? He already gave you another unit in hand. And the other decks like PNZ Noxus just cannot keep up with that amount of tempo.
Yeah, when every card that you play is by definition a 2-for-1, it is very hard to keep up with that. Anyone who has played almost any amount of games at almost any level of competition understands at the end of the day, you're just trying to do more 2-for-1s than your opponent, and that will get you there, almost regardless of what game it is.
Right. Yeah, so I like this by Floppy Mudkip. I wouldn't mind the Pokey Stick here, just to remove blockers, just set up for this gigantuous Yordle and Arms.
Ooh, are we going to see, the survival skills just to keep a 4-1 blocker around, but it is necessary here.
Right, because when you see that, you know you're dying next turn. You know that you're about to get Yordle and Arms, right? So when you are Cup is Mine, you're basically just hoping to have drawn either a Stun Spider or another form of removal. Because right now, I believe you're still dead. Because you can Get Excited down Flame Chompers, and then you get to print out one blocker. So all in all, you get to block your deal with 4 out of 6. So you're still getting hit by 2 units, which is still lethal.
Yep. I think that is the math here, writing on the wall. I guess depending on what Sump Dredger draws.
He would have had to draw, I believe, exactly the Grenadier, so he could burst beat out a Grenadier and block. But even when that happens, you're taking 6 damage. You go to 3 HP.
Yeah.
You have 0 board. Your opponent still has 6 units, and they're also playing the Get Excited Mystic Shot token 6. So.
Yep. Well, that's a Yordle and Arms game for you, folks. If you haven't seen that deck before and you're looking for a new deck to play, there's one for you. Take it on ladder.
New deck to play.
No, it's not a new deck to play. If they haven't seen it before, it might be new for them to play.
But where have they been?
It was new. It was, I don't know. I'm not assuming everyone is here all the time. People take breaks. People are here for the first time. Maybe? I don't know. Chat, type of one if you haven't, if you've
my
never played Yorlin Arms before. Let's see. I don't think I'm
All
going
of
to see
the-
a lot of ones, but
No, those
maybe.
people are liars. All of them are liars. They're either liars or
Oh!
not top 1 LP.
All right, I'm seeing a lot of ones here. Okay, Okay, hold on. Peps is saying he's never played. Has never played. Okay, we got the smile. All right. All right.
Yeah.
I have seen people in chat say I don't listen to what Blevins says, but I always press 1, which I appreciate. If I'm being completely honest.
You appreciate that they don't listen or that they press 1 either way?
You know what? The diehards press 1. It doesn't matter what I say, and the fact that they're not listening is probably just better for their health. So.
Oh, I see.
we definitely want people to be healthy in chat, and if that requires not listening to the jargon and spewing that I do, that's fine.
Gotcha. I see. So here we have a much better opener for Cup is Mine, where they have a much bigger tempo opener. You see they have a bunch of big units. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how much it will matter once you start getting these big victors down. But for the time being, this is the exact opener you want with this Draven Scion deck. You want to be able to pull the 3-1 to the side. You get to block a 2-1, push your 7 damage, and this is the type of time where you say, man, I really wish I had the Decimates in my deck. I wish I had the like more burn centric with like fervors and stuff like that, because as you saw, we just push an easy 7 damage. You might get 1 more attack through when you are Cup is Mine, but that is not enough usually to finish out with burn when your only burn is the Mystic Shots Get Excited. You're not even playing things like the ballistic bot, so you can't even get, you know, tiny burn damage in here.
Yeah, not playing ballistic bot is, I mean, I have always loved that card. Since it came out, it's been one of my favorite cards to play anytime I'm playing P&Z. It's just such a value generator. It almost feels like a champion in a lot of ways, just because of the sheer amount of value it generates every turn.
Yeah, it does so much work for just being a 2-drop. So
yeah,
it's absolutely amazing. One of the best for sure. We see here the Vi coming down, and this is exactly where you want the Vi. You want the Vi when you're attacking on odds, so you can play her and immediately attack, and you had a good curve. We saw Cup is Mine curve out with 4 playable cards, so this Vi has just gotten, you know, really, really big, and you're able to kill just about anything. Floppy knows that when he puts down his champion, it's going to die immediately. But he knows if he doesn't put down a champion, he's just going to take, what, an extra 4 damage? And that doesn't seem very sustainable.
No. And we're seeing here, we're going to be able to proc Victor up another extra 1 from Augment here. The trade with the Vi, and how about trade with the entire board here? We're taking 0. Board going to be clear. Once the dust is settled, Floppy going to be left with a 3-1 blocker. I mean, it can also attack too, but...
Yeah, Floppy's up to the 3-1. I think more importantly, he has that second Victor in his hand.
Yeah.
So all in all, I think Floppy came out way ahead of this because of how bricked Cup is Mine's hand is. If Cup is Mine had 1 more, like a Draven, or 1 actual playable card in his hand, I'd say that was a really sus block to say, okay, I'm willing to fold trade down with you against a deck that prints, you know, infinite blockers and attackers with this Lost Soul, and decks that, this deck that gets a lot of value off of things like Rummage and has a bunch of card draw and refill. I'd argue to say Cup is Mine's deck has more refill and more value generation than Floppy's does. It just so happens that in this specific instance, Floppy has more value at immediate disposal to him compared to what Cup is Mine has.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big difference maker potentially here is going to be that Scion, and whether or not he's going to be leveled up on that turn 7. As, you know, turn 7 Scion on attack token, we've seen traditionally be quite good. A lot of times good enough to take down a game here, especially when you've already chipped away 9 into Floppy Mudkip's life total.
Yeah, I believe the Scion should be leveled. I obviously haven't kept track of it, but we know we've hit him for 9 total. The Vi came down at 7, so his Scion should be mostly leveled by time he plays the Scion, which should already be at maximum +8. There's no way I think the Scion is ever not leveled at this point.
Right. Yeah,
So
Scion
that could be his
almost certainly
saving
is.
grace here for sure.
Right, because Floppy's deck very good at making high attack units, but Augment does not give health. So we might be able to block 4 with the Riven. Cup is Mine even potentially able to Mystic Shot the Scion to get an additional rally.
Mm-hmm. All right, he finds ways to get another rally, get another attack token. I think it'd be done. Floppy does have good top decks in the Whirling Death, so Floppy
True.
could draw the Whirling Death and have a way to kill off one of the Scions, either the original Scion, or if Cup does go for the sort of big attack or rally style play, you can kill off the Undying Scion because its HP is so little. That could be really good for you. It really just comes down to, is the Scion going to be leveled, and does Floppy draw the one answer in his deck to deal with the Scion attacking him for a lot?
Yeah, we'll have to see, but Floppy looking to get 7 chip through, which is, I mean, it's necessary, but it's not necessarily helping survive. I think Floppy just trying to set up the win here and hope that he dodges a Scion and maybe draws that Whirling Death.
Right, and this is something that Floppy is really good at, because a lot of people right there would have maybe not attacked with the Riven, because Riven does save you the most HP against Scion. You save 4 HP against this attack, but it does not actually help you win the game, because you now miss out on an extra, like, 5 damage or however much the Ballistic Bot got.
Right.
So it really comes down to, that's something that Floppy is really, really good at, is determining, hey, I can't really not lose from this point, so I'm going to try and figure out how to put my opponent on a 2-turn clock with this Decimate, with you know, potential get excited off the top type style. And if they happen to have the Scion plus the Mystic Shot rally, then I accept my loss. If they don't have that, then I'm accepting my win.
Yep, absolutely. And Floppy still able to block 3 here. Scion now, funny enough, not able to get the rally here.
Yeah, the really funny thing is he doesn't get the rally, but because Floppy blocked with the lowest unit, he gets the Scion spell, pushes the full amount of damage, and now is lethal, because Floppy doesn't have a fast speed way to buff up this unit's attack.
Wow. Yeah, now Floppy just has to hope that there is no Mystic Shot, double Mystic Shot, get excited. Just has to hope, but as we see, there are 2 Mystic Shots. Don't believe Floppy's going to have any way to interact with that at the speed necessary, and that's going to be Cup is Mine taking down game number 2 here.
Yep, and this is exactly what a really good back and forth game looks like between these two. This isn't really what we saw with the Rumble variant, because the Rumble variant doesn't play the big PNZ cards. You don't play the Victor, so you don't have that as an additional threat. The only reason we were able to kill Vi was because Victor got big enough for that. And we see on Floppy's side, he decided to play around Ravenous Flock, if I had to guess. That's why he didn't block with the 2-3. But because of that, he gets hard punished for the second Scion. So it was really good back and forth of trying to read your opponent's hand, trying to play around what they have, determining, oh, it's my time to actually go for the lethal now because I can't live any longer. That was really, really solid. That's probably some of the best LOR I've seen in a while.
Yeah, you know, and it's little things. I mean, if you just watch that game casually, or if you know, hid the names of the players and weren't really looking into it, you might look at that match and go, oh, yep, yeah, that, you know, Floppy lost. Okay, well, we move on. But you pointed out really well put, Mo. Like, Floppy did basically said, I think the call out was, hey, I'm not beating Scion here, so I'm not going to try to. I'm going to attack here. If they have Scion, so be it. Maybe they don't have lethal. And certainly, of course, if you're not playing around Scion, you're not going to play around the second Scion, which was there in the Roar of the Slayer. So, I mean, Floppy took a line. It didn't pay out, but there's some number of games in that situation where it does pay out, and we see Floppy win a game that maybe a lot of other players might not have.
Yep, basically, that game really did come down to just, hey, dude, you have not only the first Scion, okay, I already can't beat that if you can rally. For the record, I think he still could have rallied because, oh no, he couldn't have because you can't double Mystic Shot, right?
Double Mystic Shot would have left it at 1 health.
At 1 HP, right. Yeah, so that was like extremely well played by Floppy, but he lost to the other option, which was the second Scion. So very, very good. Very good LOR.
Yep. Love to be able to see it, of course. Game one, not saying it was bad LOR, but, well, didn't really have the option, didn't really have a long enough game to say it was good or bad LOR.
It was bad LOR in the sense of my opponent cast Yordle in arms and I could not respond to it ever.
Yeah.
But this game looks already off to another great start by Cup His Mind. He had a really, really good curve, as he did in the last hand. And we see Floppy Mudkip's hand is abysmal.
Yeah, not looking great. Again, another. Well, I mean, there's some spice here. We have 4, 7, 9 points of burn in hand, but of course, not really gonna have the luxury of pointing that at face anytime soon. Instead, gonna use it to clear off some board here.
Yeah, burn is really good when you're against non-aggro decks because it takes you a while to load up that burn, or if you're ever able to connect with your units first. So Floppy here is, again, immediately deciding, am I going to be able to actually beat him if I use my burn not on phase? So he's counting here. Like you said, he has, what was this, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points of burn. So he's thinking just to himself, okay, my opponent does play Star Shapings, no guiding touches or anything, so it's just the 3 copies of Star Shaping. He's thinking, can I race him if I just go play elusive might kill you?
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not going to do the math because I'm not the one playing. So I'm sure Floppy just did the math and decided, no, I actually can't beat you with that. So I'm just going to be safe here and try and save some face and potentially try and beat you later down the line.
Yeah, notably does not... it could have used both points of burn there, but that, of course, was quite susceptible. I think, let's see, are there Pale Cascades? I'm assuming, yeah, there are a couple of Pale Cascades in the decks. That would have been pretty bad if there was a Pale Cascade there. Floppy pre-committed both pieces of burn there.
Right, and now you're going to see the downfall to this Victor Vi deck. This deck that has the highest win rate online at the moment, the deck that people are saying, oh my gosh, it's the up-and-comer, it's crazy. You're going to see the downfall of it in tournaments where it's very easily targeted in the sense of, oh, I can play Quicksand or I can play Hush. We see here, the only way Floppy can win this game is if he goes all in on these attacks. And at any point, if Cup His Mind gets scared, he says, oh shit, I'm about to get hit for a bunch. Here comes Hush. Because we see the Hush in Cup His Mind's hand. He will never get hit for a significant amount of unit damage. It just comes down to Floppy to disguising his hand, saying, no, hey, Mr. Cup His Mind, I actually don't have a Decimate in my hand. So please take all of this, you know, this little bits of unit damage. Like, how well can you disguise your hand to be not on burn to get away with 3 damage here, 2 damage here, 3 damage here, and then all of a sudden go, Decimate, get excited, get excited.
Yeah, the problem is that Cup His Mind is also ahead on board, also has burn to go over the top. Yeah. Floppy's at 4, and oh, by the way, the Star Shaping is there. Even if Floppy is able to pull off the perfect bluff, it just doesn't matter.
And as we saw last... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Cup His Mind just in a commanding position right now.
All right, and as we saw in the last game, as you pointed out, Noxus PNZ, 0 lifesteal, right? So all damage is deterministic. You cannot gain life from that point, whereas the Victor of Velios can. So at any point, if Cup His Mind got too low, he still had pocket Star Shapings and a Hush to, you know, kind of as a save grace card. And Floppy just didn't have that. He fell behind early and paid the price.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the beast. And our current reigning champion, Floppy Mudkip, will get sent down to the lower bracket by Cup His Mind with some really solid play there. I mean, it was you know, the first game, okay, we can chalk that one up to Yordle in arms. The second game, like you said, masterful match on both sides. Definitely worth a look back if you're looking to do some VOD reviews or something. I would say definitely take a look back at that match. And then, you know, maybe not as much of a back and forth in that third game, but still very well played by both players there. But Cup His Mind able to take it down.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the reasons why maybe the Victor of Velios ban would have been better than the Lulu Ari ban. I know I immediately also said Lulu Ari ban because, oh, Ionia is scary. They run Concussive Palms. They have Challenger with Quick Attack. They have ways to remove all my units. So that's all scary, but maybe it was really this aggro deck in disguise with Targon that's running the Hush and Star Shaping. Yeah,
I mean, maybe, perhaps Felios can make a berth here in this world of, I mean, we're seeing a lot of Noxus P&Z decks. Maybe that's the spot for Aphelios, but we'll have to wait and see until after this break because we've got more Fight Night Legends action when we return. Welcome back, everyone, to Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Blevins. With me is Mo, and we are still in the winner's side, round number 2 here. We're going to be jumping into Kever versus Void. I believe this is game number 2 here, Mo.
Yeah, no surprise. Kever brought a triple control lineup, and it looks like he left
muted
open.
Mo, but I can't hear you, so I'm going to continue on here. Kever is on the
triple control lineup, so
yes,
there's
okay,
no
there
surprise that he is taking this long to go into his games 2 and 3, as well as leaving open what looks like Void's slowest decks like Kindred Viego, another not the fastest styled deck. We see Kevor's hand looks like a lot of fun if you're a control player, where you just have all this life gain, all this card draw, go hards. We have the catalog in play.
I love catalog.
At this game state, I can't even tell you who I think is ahead.
it's so tough to tell. Okay, we are getting word that Kever is up a game here. So we've got Betty Croker. Draw a card.
It's been 2 years, Blood. You're still calling her Betty Croker?
That's what that's just the name of the card. I mean, come on.
Oh. You're still on Betty Croker.
That one is stuck. Give me a better name for that card. It's certainly not Fortune Croker. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Who knows? But I think honestly, right now, I think Kever looks insane, especially if this catalog is getting him the pack your bags. He's going to be able to kill everything. The Viego levels, and that's all Kever has to deal with then is a leveled Viego.
Yep.
That shouldn't really be too difficult.
Yeah.
For Kevor's deck. Of course, Kever and Go Hard, you never really know what type of hard removal spells you're running. Oh, there's your pack your bag. So this Viego should easily be cleaned up. We see there's still, triple Vengeance in the deck and a Piercing Darkness that could be drawn and a Ruination at worst case scenario. So we shouldn't really have too many issues actually dealing with this final Viego.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other thing. How close is this Twisted Fate to leveling up? I mean, we saw a glimpse played last turn. There's potentially one played here.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be 2-4 plus the natural draw. That's 5 out of 9 already over halfway leveled. More than anything. We also see a Kever is on the Gangplank variant, so there's a chance that we eventually draw into a Gangplank that's leveling. This game is very, very scary at the moment. I believe it'll come down to whatever Kever draws. If he does draw a way to deal with this Viego, this game could look very good for him. However, if he does not find a way to deal with this leveled Viego, this game is going to be extremely difficult for him to win.
Yeah, and we're going to see, I mean, the Viego is going to be huge here. Oh, if Kever can get a removal spell out, this has just got to be great. I feel like you just got to fire that glimpse off, right?
Yeah, I would fire Glimpse off. The only reason you don't is if you consider there to be a reason to hold your mana for more blockers. I believe Viego will be getting... you get 1 missed call at the start of your turn, so you should have like 4 attackers, 5 at most. So as long as you're able to deal with that open attack as Kever, you should be fine. We see here he's setting up the Hydrovine to die to a Withering Whale, which will be another bunch of life gain. So the only scary thing is Kever doesn't have fearsome blockers. That's the big fall in Go Hard.
Very
it's
true.
Been a fall Go Hard since the deck was created. Was all of the units in this deck only have 2 power. So even though he has actual units on the board to become blockers, he still might not be able to block because of the fearsome keyword.
Ooh, I wonder... Okay, this is leveling the Twisted Fate. I was going to say, I feel like you want the Twisted Fate to be weaker than the Croaker here.
Right.
So that it doesn't get killed by Viego, but it is going to die anyway.
Right. I guess the upside is Yeah, there really is no upside. Actually, win at level. He knows, he's shaking his head right now. He knows that was a little bit of a misplay there. If you leave the Twisted Fate unleveled, then you still have some random chance to level the, to level the Twisted Fate here on attack, open attack.
Right.
Find a way to deal with it like that.
Yeah, now I don't think Kever is going to be able to even survive this open attack, right? I mean, you gain 6, but you're taking way more than that. I think, yeah, this is just over. Kever taking it. And Void tying up the series at 1 apiece here.
Yeah, obviously we weren't able to catch the good majority of the early and the mid game to that match, but the end game there still looked fairly close. I can only imagine how close the rest of the game was, or not close to put Void in that big of a lead. But hopefully we get to see him pilot we will get to see him pilot this Go Hard deck again to show off how to consistently make these value generators get the most amount of value for you and use your life total as a resource. Most people, when they see games like that, they're like, oh, this guy's at 5 HP against a bunch of big units. So it's obviously over, whereas more veterans players will say, well, life total isn't always everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like there's some interesting timings for these decks. I think both of them are, for the last deck, both of them are relatively slow, but for a long period of time, I do think Void's deck is advantage, but if the game goes super, super late, Kever's deck basically can go infinite in a couple of ways, either with Go Hards or with the Ledros. And we even have the Wombo combo Dreadway into Ledros combo that can just win the game outright.
Yeah, and I really like stuff like that where I'm just going to put as many win cons in my deck as possible. And I think LoR has been kind of moving towards that for a while now, ever since we saw Shellfolk Nami. We saw Twisted Fate Nami pop off, and that's because the deck had so many win cons. It was one of the first ever orthogonal decks that we had, and Drizzot, the player, kind of introduced the LoR community to this idea of running orthogonal decks. And since then, we've seen even more decks become that. Even Go Hard, which previously was just I win with Go Hard, maybe Twisted Fate level up, maybe a random Gangplank level up at best, has now turned into I can win with all of those things I just listed, but also Ledros, but then also Dreadway, also Dreadway Ledros, and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you even have just like, you can just beat down with Burgeoning Sentinel and Buru Sentinel.
Right, they add
that's a legit win con.
Yeah, they add the big fearsome units in now. So now the decks are getting more and more win conditions to make your decks less linear and less susceptible to things just like straight up removal. It says, okay, you have a removal spell, that's not going to be enough. Like right here, Void says, oh, you have a way to kill my Zoe, that's not going to be enough because here's Aphelios. Oh, you have a way to kill Aphelios? Well, here's a big, 5/5 elusive unit.
Yep. Absolutely, but with that being said, Kever is going to potentially be able to set up the value engine of the catalog plus Go Hard. That is hard for many decks to get through, especially when they're not putting on a ton of pressure.
Right, I think that's very hard for most decks that don't create value to get through. However, luckily for Void, he is in a region, or he's in a deck that does create a bunch of value with things like the Crescendum. Crescendum is just a shell of its former self, but it is still a playable card. It still gives you 2-drops, which in PNZ and Targon can be really good. Instance of things like you could get a Ballistic Bot, you could get a Goat, or it could be really bad. Like you could get a 1/2 that is essentially do nothing. It's few and far between, so... it's definitely still has some playable aspects to it, and I would not be surprised if Void was able to come back with generating his own value, but at the same time, it is going to look like a difficult task.
Yeah, well, we get the Sting Officer, which is going to get a couple of points of damage in. Kever opted not to cast the other Go Hard, which is fine. I mean, you're going to be gaining the life back from the Go Hards anyway, so you've got a little bit of life to give either way.
Right, you get to gain the life off of the Go Hard, as well as you were getting a fleeting copy this turn, so you knew you were going to get one. On top of now, what you can double up to get maximum amount of catalog value, because what Kever is saying is,
Right.
oh, I'm going to use my fleeting card on your 2/1, but now I can just cast a regular Go Hard on your Aphelios and then get another one off of catalog. And you just like turbo ramp now this idea of getting pack your bags.
Yep. But now potentially going to be getting the glimpse as well, which, depending on what the draws are here, could actually be a complete miss. But there are still 2 Go Hards on the side of Kever, but Void keeping the board up here. Victor, Aphelios online, and if those go unchecked, I mean, they're going to get quite big and can be able to end the game rather quickly versus what Kever is doing.
All right, we might see an issue with Void. Looking back at what the interaction that just happened, it all started off because of a Mystic shot at a 2/2 follower of Kevor's. We see now he has a Calibrum in his hand off of the Aphelios. Calibrum can only target followers. It cannot target champions, and you cannot get another Moon Weapon until you get rid of that Calibrum.
Oh.
So there could be a potential here where Kevor just doesn't play any more followers, or at least for a very long time, and Void is stuck with this Calibrum in his hand for potentially the rest of the game.
That is hilarious to me. I don't think I've ever come across this, where Aphelios is just like waiting for the moon to change phases, and it's just like, nope, we're staying right here.
All right, that's and this is something that primarily only happens against other control decks, because obviously Aphelios is amazing into mid-range and aggro decks because of how much value you get. Because you have the removal 1 unit and then immediately stun another against mid-range, that could be detrimental, literally game-ending sometimes. Control doesn't care. Kevor doesn't care if this Twisted Fate can't attack if it gets stunned. Kevor doesn't care if you spend 2 mana to Gravitum or to Calibrum and shoot down like his 2/2, right? Like, that doesn't really matter to him. All that matters is that I just don't get outgot by a Crescendum unit.
Chad is saying that you can Crescendum your own unit, so maybe Void wouldn't quite be locked out, but still, if that's the case, you're still not in too bad a shape if you're Kever.
Exactly, because you can Crescendum your own unit, but then what happens? Your only follower right now is a 2/1, so that's your best case scenario. If that 2/1 died to something, you're either going to Crescendum your Ballistic Bot. That doesn't sound very good. You're going to put your Submersible down to 2 HP. That doesn't sound very good. And like you said, if you're Kever at that point and your opponent willingly puts their unit down to 2 HP, so what, they could go to the next phase, which is stun your Twisted Fate, I don't think you care.
Yeah, very true, very true. Yeah, Aphelios certainly... I mean, the Calibrum is just kind of sus in general. But also, like, the other weapons are not necessarily the best either. I guess maybe just Void just wanting to turbo get to Crescendum again. I guess that's just the most value for the most part, unless you really need to push overwhelm damage or gain life.
Yeah, I believe he's just trying to level up his Victor / level up these sub-Percibles, because he knows Kevor has a Pack Your Bags in his hand. There's no way he doesn't at this point in time. He literally just saw one face up, and then with Kevor deciding to not use it, if you're Void, if you're a top player, you can kind of hand read and say, well, I'm kind of screwed here. So now when you're Void, you have 2 options. Either try to attack for 3 and 5 or 5 damage for the rest of the game, or play a Submersible / Victor and just know that it's going to immediately die to Pack Your Bags. And neither of those are really good plans. So what you're doing as Void is just try to level up this Aphelios to level up your other unit, so by the time they do get removed, you're in a less than horrible spot.
Yeah. Maybe not the best spot, but less than horrible is, well, less than horrible, I suppose.
Right.
Here we go. Submersible 5/5, another threat. I mean, the devastating part for Void is that that Vengeance was cast this turn, and it was created. It was just an extra Vengeance, and the 3 Vengeance is a lot for a deck to deal with anyway. But when you potentially get upwards of 6 Vengeance, as
per
well as
game,
all of the
right.
other AoE. Yeah, it is potentially very hard for a deck like this to deal with, but we'll see.
All right, and looking at Void's deck, he is on 2 Get Exciteds and 3 Mystic Shots. We've seen Void already use 2 of the Mystic Shots. So as far as burn that's left over, it's basically just 8 at most. So as long as Kevor stays out of burn range of that 8, while also obviously not having his own life steal or own life gain off of things like Withering Well at fast speed, then Kevor can really just abuse this life total as a resource here. So as long as he doesn't just do something crazy, like Ledros is really the only way you could find a way to lose, is because you go Ledros and then in response, opponent just goes get excited, Mystic Shot, and have the nuts. So Kevor's a pretty good player, probably plays around that line and just says, hey, I'm just going to remove your units one by one while also keeping this pack your bags open, right? Like, I Piercing Dart miss you, I gain another 6 HP, or 5 at worst, I gain 5 HP.
Right.
Then I'm at 13, you have 0 threats. Eventually, Kevor just goes 1 for 1 with all of the threats.
Oh, no!
Oh, wow. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. I think Kevor just says, I only lose to exactly get excited, Mystic Shot. He's probably trying to close the game, just quickly and swiftly. I don't think most players would prefer this line over just the, hey, I'm just going to gain life off of your 5/5, because you can do it either way, right? If you gain the life right now, you go to 13 at worst, and then next turn you're free to play your Ledros, and there is a literal 0% chance that you ever die.
Right.
Whereas here, there's still a non-0% chance that you die. It's not high, and Kevor's obviously made the call that it's not worth playing around, but there is still a non-0% chance.
And I wonder if Kevor just feels that he has bluffed the not having pack your bags for whatever reason. I don't think, like, the turn that Kevor let the pack your bags burn, he didn't have enough mana to play. I mean, he could have played it, but it was at the cost of something else. So I don't think you can reasonably put Void on thinking that you don't have it, but maybe that's the line and just wants to, get more value out of the pack your bags and then start chipping away at the board on a one for one basis. But either way, not punished. The pack your bags now potentially coming out. Kevor deciding maybe wants to use a Withering Wail first to pop that spell shield to kill the victor.
Yeah, this seems like a very awkward time to pack your bags, right? Because this pack your bags doesn't actually do much. This pack your bags would have done the exact same in the previous turn, plus knock a spell shield off a victor. That doesn't really matter. You could do things like, hey, I'm going to open attack with my Ledros. If you open attack with Ledros, it only gets blocked by like 3rd Pale Cascade into your 2/1. I think what Kevor's trying to do with this pack is say, hey, in case you do have something like a Hush, I don't want my Ledros to die for free. I want my Ledros to trade with your victor, is what I'm hoping for. Because if you Hush Ledros, then it won't go back to your hand and stuff like that. So, because of that, oh, what a huge bait.
Yeah, the Withering Wail now getting even more value with the Pale Cascade. So, Kevor getting paid off a little bit with the sequencing. Now gets to, wanted to kill the victor anyway. Now it's like, oh, well, he gave me another reason to play the Withering Wail. Sure.
Yeah, Kevor played this really beautifully. He played it really, really well. He waited the longest amount of time to play this pack your bags, and essentially when you're in Kevor's spot, you have a demanding lead. You have this card your opponent has to play around. You basically wait for your opponent to get impatient, and that's what Void did. Void just said, forget pack your bags. I don't care anymore. I'm getting impatient. I just want to play this victor out. So we see him play the victor. He high roll spell shield, which is the best thing he could have gotten, and it still didn't matter because he says, screw it. I'm still just going to save this my 5/5 instead of my victor. And valuing your 5/5 with Pale Cascade over the victor to that Withering Wail is just a huge misplay for somebody of Void's caliber. Really shows that they kind of just got grinded down and out mentality.
Yeah. I mean, this is... I don't know that Void is necessarily up on this specific matchup. I mean, when was the last time we saw a go hard deck like this? It certainly wasn't in this year. I think it was pre-pandemic we were seeing decks like this.
Yep, and so we see Void going for this desperation. I'm going to kill your, or I'm just going to try and get as much elusive damage as possible and
Right.
as much augment damage as possible. Unfortunately for Void, we see that Kevor has all of his boxes checked. He says, if you develop, I have Ruination. If you don't develop, I have this Vengeance.
Yep. And now we see Kevor hovering the deck, sees the one flash bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I mean, I feel like you got to block this ballistic bot either way, because I guess you could piercing darkness it, but like this exchange is going to happen on the attack anyway. So
Right.
why not just, you know, gain your 4 life here? Unfortunately, the Hush is there and Ledros is gone. But I mean, you have, you know, you're half of the way to a pack your bags now anyway. So
Yeah, I think
that's a win, right?
Right. I think what he was pointing out with the flashbang was like, if I get lucky, I can actually get my unit flashbanged, and now it doesn't die to the Hush interaction.
Oh,
But like you said,
sure,
it's not really worth taking the extra 4 guaranteed damage.
Right.
For that reason. And because he is at 5 HP, Void does play a life gain. He is on double star shaping. He does have 2 guiding touches left in the deck. So a lot of people can say, oh, Void's at 5. Just pack your bags to him forehead. Like, just do this thing, you silly goose. Well, if Void does have a life gain card, this game could go on for a couple more turns, and maybe Void buys time to draw into something he needs.
Definitely true. It's certainly going to be harder now. Just with the cards that Kevor has, and also Void is going to need to draw. Basically, it's going to have to be that star shaping, which, of course, is the best possible at this point. But if that does happen, I mean, Kevor still has the life game with the piercing darkness, has the ruination if non-spell shield threats come out, and you know, even has the fleeting vengeance just in case.
All right. Yeah, I really like the Hush here over the Mystic Shot, because at this point you're only winning if Kevor has exactly no units and no removal spells.
Right.
So if that's already how you're not winning, you might as well save the Mystic Shot to go face.
Right.
And as we see here, Kevor's hand is just kind of nuts. The only thing he doesn't really have covered here is an open attack. If Kevor doesn't Ruination this turn, then he just doesn't have an open attack. We see the pack your bags, so that's just going to close the game out.
Yep, there it is. Pack your bags, gonna end it. And a bit of a back and forth there. Control, grindy matchup. Kevor able to take it down and move into the winners finals versus Cup is Mine. So really well played there.
If there's anything I've learned is that Kevor is definitely king of the lame decks. Him and What Am I? Him and Jordan definitely fight for title of king of the lame decks. And so if you're ever playing a lame deck and your name isn't Jordan, the edge obviously goes to Kevor there. So anytime you try to outlane Kevor, it's not really going to be in your favor. And we kind of saw that with that last game.
Hey, you know what? Some call them lame decks. That's the end of that sentence. I didn't have a follow-up to that. It's just true. Some do call those lame decks. But no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The control deck, certainly, I mean, we've seen What Am I, even just in Fight Nights, shows the range. Sometimes chooses the control deck. Sometimes just chooses violence and can still get there. But Kevor, a little more familiar, maybe a little more comfortable on those control lineups. Maybe a little Lee Sin action when he can, but now's not really been a great time for Lee Sin with the rest of the meta.
Right, and with the Crescendo nerf really hitting Lee Sin, the only reason, I've gone on record saying this a lot of times, the only reason Lee Sin was good was because you got to play 6 Eye of the Dragons, which was essentially cheating. Now that the deck has to play fair, not nearly as good.
Yeah, certainly weakens your hyper aggro matchup. But nonetheless, Kevor did not bring the Lee Sin anyway. But we will be seeing Kevor go up against Cup is Mine in the winners finals right after a quick break here on Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. Winners finals when we return. Welcome back, Giant Slayers, a Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Wisdom. I'm Blevins, that is Mo, and we are here. Winners finals, Kever versus Cup is Mine. But Mo, let's take a look at the bracket and see how we got here. There it is.
Yep, that looks pretty good.
Yes, of course. Kever taking down Void in the last round. Cup is Mine, dethroning, not quite dethroning, but pushing down Floppy Mudkip into the lower bracket. Now Floppy going to have to face a series of different matches, including potentially a rematch of the grand finals last week versus Void on the lower bracket. Certainly not where Floppy wants to be if he wants to get number 7, but the story today is not necessarily about Floppy, at least not yet. It is about Cup is Mine and Kever. We've seen a decent amount of both of them so far, Mo. Kever on the control deck, Cup is Mine on, I guess, more of the mid-range aggro.
He's on a cool lineup, and Kevor's on a lame lineup. That's what you're trying to say, Blevins, but you don't want to offend some people.
No, I don't care about offending. I just, you know, I'll let you do the spice. I'll give the straight and arrow here.
Yes, we want to watch cool Legends of Runeterra. We don't want to watch pass. Yes, open pass. Go hard, you. Yes, pass again. Go hard, you. Yes. But honestly, both players are amazing, so if either one of them won, I would not be surprised if whoever loses in this winners finals immediately makes it back to grand finals, even sets up for a bracket reset. I'd 100% believe you no matter who you told me it was.
Yeah, I will say, given the makeup of both lineups, I could definitely see potentially bracket reset, because I think that game to game, these matches might actually play out very differently. And with it being a relatively new format with the new balance changes and potentially not having full information on the ban strategies for these lineups, we might even see different bans going into potentially a rematch in the grand finals. We're not quite there yet. We're in this round here in the winners finals. Of course, I closed out the wrong decks, so I don't have all of the decks. We're going to be jumping into bans really quick here. Mo, before we jump in here, if you're just looking at, you know, deck preference aside, you're just looking at the decks themselves and their power level, who do you think is favored in this matchup?
I actually give it to Cup is Mine. I think Scion Draven Vi is a very solid deck. I think Victor Aphelios, very solid deck. And I think Lulu Ari PNZ is probably the most underrated deck here in Fight Night, and I think it's very strong. As far as Kever, I think Go Hard is okay. I think this Feel the Rush deck is definitely his strongest deck, just as far as power level goes. And I don't think Thresh Asol is honestly that strong when played against other really, really good players.
Now the question is the Thresh Asol deck running the good old-fashioned Targon's Peak? I don't think it is, but
I also don't think it is. I think it's Shadow Isles, so that probably knocks out Targon. Oh wait, I guess Targon's
Peak. You can
Peak
still run Targon's Peak.
It could, but I believe Kever appreciates winning, so he will not be playing Targon's Peak. No.
Okay. Here's the thing. I absolutely despise Targon's Peak as a card, as a deck. I hate playing against it. I hate playing with it. But if I personally were to join an event like a Fight Night where I personally am very clearly one of, if not the weakest player in the event, I'm going to try to spike it with some high roll Targon's Peak. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, Targon's Peak from a competitive player's point of view when they released the card, I immediately said this card's either going to be always bad and never good, or it'll get nerfed. Because could you imagine a tournament or a meta where Targon's Peak was actually meta, actually one of the top decks to bring and play consistently, and every matchup just turned, or every finals was like Targon's Peak mirror matches, and it was just, oh, who got the Feel the Rush this turn on turn 5? And stuff like that.
No, I disagree. I agree that that's what it potentially could be. But I actually can imagine a world where that happens, and the tech for that, and in the hypothetical future where that happens, the tech for that is to bring Targon's Peak, but don't put the Targon's Peak on your deck.
Don't.
You just play more threats.
But then you're just worse against everything that is. You're worse than everything else. Love it.
Also, it doesn't work in open deck lists because your opponent can see that you don't have Targon's Peak.
You're right. It doesn't work in competitive formats. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, I personally love closed deck lists, Mo. I don't know. I have no idea what your opinions on that are.
Oh, I don't. I'm not really one to voice my opinions on matters. I just state facts, like how open deck list is more competitive.
Sure. It is true that you state facts. Anyways, back to the match here. We've got the Ballistic Bot open for Cup is Mine. We are seeing the Thresh, this is FTR, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is FTR on the side of the cover.
This is FTR. I'm actually very surprised that Cup is Mine didn't ban the Field Rush, because if you're Kevor, you're very clearly banning the Ahri Lulu deck. Ionia is just not really what you want to see against this lineup. That's probably one of the main reasons why Kevor brought this lineup to begin with, is because Ionia is kind of MIA, so these big decks get to abuse that in the meta. Well, Cup is Mine brought Ionia. I would have just banked on, oh, my Ionia gets banned, so I ban your biggest threat deck, which, again, in my opinion, is FTR. I think it's his best as far as raw power deck goes.
Yeah. What we did actually, we saw the Thresh Asol get banned, interestingly enough.
Yeah, we saw Thresh Asol get banned, and we saw the Lulu Ahri not get banned, so maybe there was some more mind games into that, like, pick ban strategy that happened, because the most straightforward thing is, oh, me ban Ionia deck and then me ban FTR, so potentially they've scrimmed against each other, or they know these matchups more than, you or I do, so they just feel extremely confident saying, I can beat FTR with my other decks very easily. And Kevor saying, oh, I can deal with this pink region super easy.
Yeah, and again, this sort of goes back to what we were saying before the match started, which is maybe even seeing a different ban strategy from a player going if there is a rematch in the Grands. We'll have to wait and see. We rarely do see that, at least in more developed metas, because I think a lot of times the players are quite confident in their knowledge of what they need to be banning in a given matchup, and it's the result of the match does not actually change that, right? It is just, oh, I made the correct decision. It didn't work out here. I will make the correct decision again and hope it does work out this time.
Right. Yeah, and like you said, in a lot of developed formats that happens because people say, oh, I have the knowledge, but hey, we are week 1 into a new patch, so when was the last time you think they played Aphelios by Zoe into Field of Rush, right? Or into Go
multiple seasons ago,
like
probably. Kevor kind of like went into the time machine and was like, bought the Now That's What I Call Runeterra CD, and these are the 3 decks that popped out.
Oh my goodness. Now that would have been the like Go Hard Ezreal Karma, or like Freljord Ezreal with Elnux and stuff like that.
Oh man, that would be great. Ruben, if you're listening somewhere, please make that a format. Make it a lab where it's like, it's just that. Now that's what I call Runeterra, and you get a random best deck of all time, like old nerfs, like old versions of the card. Like I want to see that happen.
Yeah, I've asked for that as a format where you don't just like get given a random deck, but you actually get to make your deck, but you just have every nerf ever reverted. And you get like the most buffed version of everything, so it really can just settle the arguments of like, what was the most broken deck of all time? You can sit there and say like, well, I'm gonna play beta Karma Ezreal, beta like pre-beta Field Rush, and then you get to play TF and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's like it's literally the who's better, LeBron or Michael Jordan. Like you get to do that in Runeterra. I'm just saying, I'm sure that this is not an impossible task, and it's actually quite easy, and it's not a whole lot of development time and work for the team for almost no payoff whatsoever. I'm sure it's definitely worth it and not a lot of work.
The thing is, they've already coded those cards once. So obviously they just go through and copy paste all the codes.
Just control Z, forehead.
Just undo all of the things you ever did and just click OK.
Slash
really wouldn't be that
undo
long.
old nerfs. Enter easy mode.
Oh my goodness. So back to the FTR game at hand. Not much has happened really.
No,
They've
that's
kind
the
of
beauty
just
of FTR is you get these little
Yeah, you
interludes
just-
in the middle of the game.
pass a bunch. Looks like we got Thermogen on one of our Trundles, but that's fine. Nothing really, or we got commented on one of the Trundles if I had to guess. So nothing
was a
crazy
comment.
really happened. It's just FTR is waiting until turn 8 or turn 9 so they can just play their really big units and hit you with an atrocity. And this is actually why I would have preferred to see the Field of Rush nerf. Because while you do, or sorry, ban. Because while you do play Hushes in your deck, you play, I think, at most 3 Hushes. You are not going to draw 3 Hushes. But Field of Rush is going to draw if they draw 1 Field of Rush, that's already 2 threats.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, you could just solo draw things like this Trundle, which requires you to have Hush. This Tryndamere, which is going to require you to have Hush. And then if they end up drawing Submersible, or not Submersible, wrong deck. If they end up drawing another Field of Rush down the line, like you just get ran over by way too many threats compared to your 2 Hush that you have in your main deck.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Hush isn't actually even killing... Well, okay, it could potentially... Theoretically, it could kill the Trundle, but it's actually not going to in this case because you're going to be able to pull away the Ballistic Bot. So Hush is just keeping you from dying. You're not even killing the threats.
Right. And it's keeping you from dying that turn until he goes, okay, we'll atrocity you on the next turn anyways, because the the Trundle will still get the +4 on attack here. It'll just go away for this turn, and then he'll get it back next turn. So this still just looks not like there's really no good way to answer Field of Rush with any of Cup is Mine decks outside of the Ionia variant where you can just simply deny Field of Rush, but you don't have any actual good answers to the big units themselves.
Now, Kever saying, okay, I'm wondering if Kever just says, I don't care if you kill my Tryndamere with Hush, or I guess Hush plus Ballistic Bot. That was what the original block was, but here it's just saying, you know what, let's draw our card and kill your 2/2. Let's throw this spider into the Ballistic Bot, and let's push as much damage as possible here.
Right. What this attack is saying is, I think you might have Hush one way or the other. You either have Hush, and I'm down to just trade my unit for your unit, or if you don't have Hush, I'm pushing a lot of damage, and I get to keep my Trundle, right? With the Ballistic Bot pull. With it pulled this way, what it's saying is now, if you don't have a Hush, you're taking even more damage, but my Trundle is still unflipped. Or my Tryndamere is still on its level 1, which means the first time you tried to kill it, you're still going to die. Yep.
And now we're going to go up to 10. Cup of Mine's going up to 10, which means Atrocity is not quite lethal. Fury of the North into Atrocity would be lethal, but that's opening you up, you know, to not be super great against another Star Shaping. So we'll see. Right. I guess if Cup of Mine goes below Star Shaping, the coast is mostly clear for Kever to fire that off.
I think it probably had to be Star Shaping and Hush for that to happen. And that could also be why Kevor wanted his Trundle or his Tryndamere to die. If Tryndamere dies, he levels, he gets +1 power. So he turns into 9, and now he beats things like Guiding Touch, right? Where Guiding Touch heals you for 2. Cup of Mine isn't playing that in this version, but if there's anything that slightly healed you, you now beat that with the +1 attack from the Tryndamere. On top of the next turn, Tryndamere would get Fearsome. So that could make your attacks really good as well. If Cup of Mine plays a big unit here, you can say, hey, my Tryndamere is now going completely unblocked because the Fearsome keyword is really good.
Yep. And I think at 1 mana now, the coast has just got to be clear, right? There's not... I can't think of anything off the top for 1 mana that's going to stop the 11 power Trundle. I mean, you can't obviously Hush. Is there a reason not to go for it here?
Looking at Cup of Mine's deck list, there's literally nothing he could play at fast speed for 1 mana. And then there is definitely nothing he can play at fast speed for 1 mana that would disrupt an 11 attack Tryndamere.
Yeah, this feels like it's...
I think all in all, he's still winning the game because Cup is Might just can't
Right.
deal with your units. But overall, there is no reason not to just go for the atrocity face game plan.
Yeah, and like, there's two.
Unless there wasn't enough mana. It was 12 mana total, so it's 4 or 5.
So
no, that was
maybe
12
it
mana. No, it wasn't enough mana for it, but who knows? Kevor knows.
Yeah.
Kevor knows what he was doing. Either way, he walks away with the dub.
Yep.
And that's all that matters at the end of the day is you get your LP, you get your tournament win on to game 2.
Yeah, and you can go back and watch the VOD and maybe learn from that, but you put that one behind you, you move on to game number 2, like you said, and Kevor, I mean, doing exactly what you predicted, Mo, which was win with the FTR deck, surprisingly not banned here. I'm wondering, yeah, I mean, when you look at it, I mean, the FTR deck and the Thresh Asol deck are actually quite similar in terms of the Shadow Isles package, at least, so there must just be something with the utility package that Targon is packing that Cup is Mine didn't want to see. But either way, the Go Hard deck, which we saw a decent amount of in the last round for Kevor, is going to have to take one more game, at least, against Cup is Mine in order to progress to the grand finals.
Yeah, so we see him, Kevor open up with this really great hand again of the Wombo combo of the Go Hard plus the catalog. He tries to get cheeky with Elise, but fortunately Cup is Mine, for him, he does have the GOAT to be able to trade away. And so the question is really just going to come down to, can Kevor make enough value from this catalog versus can Cup is Mine produce enough threats with the Aphelios and the Victor? Yeah.
Well, and they're star shaping as well, another potential endgame threat. I do like not attacking for Kevor. You give Cup is Mine the ability to, I mean, to trade 2 life for +1/+0 on the GOAT, which I don't think is worth it. Or if Cup is Mine wants, can just kill the Elise. I think either way, Kevor's not super thrilled about the result and also doesn't want to give Cup is Mine the option there.
Yeah, I think if you are playing against a player that you either don't know their skill level or believe their skill level is lower, then you make that attack because you say, oh, well, obviously they're just going to trade Elise into GOAT, and that's good for you because now you get a 1-1 out of the same trade. As you saw here, Kevor had no problem trading the Elise for the GOAT. That wasn't the issue. The issue would have been what you pointed out, where the GOAT now blocks a 1-1, and now Kevor says, well, you know, shoot, now you just have a GOAT that's a 4-2. And so you just have a bigger GOAT now where you have an extra gem, and you're still going to kill my Elise. Because what happens is you say, oh, I'll take 2 damage if it means I get an extra gem and still get to kill your Elise on the following attack anyways.
And here, this Go Hard, I guess, is basically, for the most part, just for catalog. Cup is Mine can just cast a gem, prevent the second Go Hard from killing, which I imagine, you know, Kevor, that's face up. Kevor's not expecting that to be able to go through. But now you get the catalog value, get that train rolling. I mean, theoretically, if Kevor just casts 2 Go Hards this turn, we have Pack Your Bags next turn.
Yeah, I really like this open attack from Cup is Mine. If he gems GOAT or the if he gems GOAT here, I really like that, because what the gem GOAT plus full open attack does is it presents Kevor with a not great situation. You don't have the option to do any type of things like Twisted Fate. This is not good for you. Any other type of unit here would have been not good for Cup is Mine. Whereas the open attack guarantees you get at least 4 to 5 damage in. Which 4 to 5 damage is not an insane amount of damage, but it's more than 0. Whereas now what's happening is Twisted Fate stuns GOAT. You can't really do anything about that. Like, at best, you can trade... oh, you can make it stun the Ballistic Bot. Sure, that's fine. But then what happens? You still can't really attack with GOAT. Like, you're still just going to make the same trade of GOAT into 3/3. Whereas what an open attack would have done was allowed you to make this same trade, but push an extra 5 damage onto face.
Yeah. And the question is that even good? I mean, we used a non-nightfall. We used a in broad daylight.
No, it was nightfall.
Hellcat. It was? Okay.
Yeah, off of the
Oh,
ignition.
right. Yes, off of the ignition. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, that was less bad than I was thinking.
Yeah, still not great because at that point you could have just gemmed, and you gem like
Right.
Goat, or you gem the ballistic bot, and you still trigger your Nightfall in case they did have a fast speed way to kill something, or if they wanted to
Right.
block with the Baharu Sentinel. You still just get to go like, okay, burst speed, make my unit not die, and get a bunch of damage in.
Well, now we see Kever debating the open attack. Another Pale Cascade could kill. I almost think Kever probably doesn't really care if another spell is used to eat this Twisted Fate. I mean, the Twisted Fate's not leveling. It's just, I think at best, it can hope to trade for another card and prevent some damage, potentially.
Yeah, I think when you're Kever with that open attack, you're thinking things like, oh, if it is Mystic Shot, my TF always dies to Mystic Shot, so I might as well try to get my damage in.
Right.
And then if they do Mystic Shot, you're not allowed to play Daybreak cards anymore. Like, you're not allowed to play this Solari Priestess. You're not allowed to play Sunburst on Daybreak, stuff of that nature. Which I guess Sunburst on Daybreak doesn't matter, but more importantly, you wouldn't be able to play the Solari Priestess this turn.
Right.
So negating them that big of a tempo loss, because that's what Solari Priestess is really, really good for Kevor. So it's basically saying, I get 2 damage for free, or you just get a really big tempo loss later on.
Yeah, and this was really great from Kever. The keg stays around. Yes, Gangplank, doing its best Dreadway deckhand impression by just leaving a keg, but that does allow the go hard to kill the ballistic bot, and now we have a free pack your bags potentially for Kever if he wants it. Yeah,
if I'm Kevor, because of how your hand is looking, I was gonna say I'd actually immediately pop off this pack your bags because your hand already isn't great. Your hand is, luckily you do have the salvage, so that will refill your hand a little bit, but it's very clear that Cupa's Mind doesn't have a Phalios in his hand. He doesn't have a Victor in his hand by this point. There is nothing really large in Cupa's Mind's deck that you're going to want this pack your bags in your hand for, so you're not really bluffing anything. Against most decks, like we saw Kever play earlier, you can say like, hey, you can't develop these subpersonables, you can't develop your units because I have pack your bags. You can't really do that against Cupa's Mind's deck because his units just don't care. He's either playing 1/1s and 2/2s anyways, or he's going to star shaping into like a 7/7 or a 10/10 that just says like, you can't pack your bags to me anyways because I'm still just going to survive.
Right. And this is a very similar play that we saw Kever make last round, where had the ability to pack your bags and instead is going to purposely let it burn, which maybe does give Cupa's Mind the read that there is another, or potentially it could be the mind game of it's just not a good enough pack your bags. Even though it's free, I still don't want to cast it here, and I'll let it go away and potentially get another one later.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting ways to look at it. I think most players would probably just make a read of, you just have second pack your bags.
Right.
Because I don't think you ever say, well, this pack isn't worth it if you don't have another one and you're just trying to push damage anyways. Because here's the thing is, even if Cupa's Mind was sandbagging a Victor this entire time, then all that happens is Kevor goes, okay, I have 2 more go hards in my hand anyways now, so I still just get a pack your bags in like 2 turns. So you get 2 turns worth of Victors, plus I have a Vengeance if anything actually goes horribly wrong. So overall, there's no reason to really be holding on or pretending you don't have pack your bags in your hand. And I think Kever is just really on that game plan of, I cannot lose if I hold this pack your bags. So if that's his game plan, then it's obviously worked out for him in the past.
Yeah, it basically makes the opponent play 2 threats, right? And it actually has to be more. It probably has to be more than 2 threats, because most of the threats that aren't generated from star shaping are not even like that big anyway. Like a single Aphelios, yeah, that probably warrants a pack your bags, but it's also not that big. A Victor, also not even that big. Like you can deal with that relatively easily until it gets a crazy keyword. So yeah, this pack your bags is actually going to force Cupa's Mind to potentially play out more than they want to, and Kever's going to try to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I really like the pick from Cup is Mine to pick the Phoenix over the Great Beyond. I think most players would pick Great Beyond because they just see, oh, big unit plus Spell Shield. Whereas Phoenix says, okay, if you could pop my Spell Shield by saying, like, Pack Your Bag's Vengeance, which you can do in one action, then my Great Beyond is basically useless. Whereas Phoenix, you can say, oh, you can't kill it twice in one action because if you go for the Pack Your Bags, I have Sunblessed Vigor, so now you're going to get hit for it.
Right.
And Sunblessed Vigor does nothing against Vengeance, whereas it stops the bird from dying in the first place, so the Vengeance, it stops it in that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. It creates a break point for Pack Your Bags that Spell Shield cannot do, which is certainly relevant here. But here's the Aphelios. I imagine Cup is Mine is going to be expecting a Pack Your Bags soon. So I suppose the question is this just an open attack? Does this open attack even look good? Are we developing a 1-1 or a 2-1 into potentially bird afterwards? Ooh, Aphelios being a 5/5 is relevant.
Yeah, Aphelios got a 5/5, so it lives to any save spell. I predict some sort of removal spell onto the 2/2. And then we could slam bird and just say, like, okay, Kevor, if you do want to Pack Your Bags me, now you're not hitting my Phoenix anymore, and I'm still removing your 2/2. That was definitely one line if you were trying to go for the more aggressive look. Cup is Mine basically is saying, you have to have Vengeance here, or I keep my Aphelios. Really prioritizing that Aphelios in this matchup. So maybe, you know, the Aphelios is extremely important in this matchup. I'm not too familiar with it. There are definitely other lines you could have gone with, though.
And now I was wondering why we hadn't seen why Kever hadn't played the Twisted Fate earlier. I felt like, you know, could have actually went for a level up plan potentially. I mean, there's so much there is so much draw in Kever's hand. It looks like that's what he's going for now. But on that turn specifically, just having the option of the Twisted Fate really turned off that Phoenix there. If Cup is Mine tapped out, played the Phoenix, Kever very simply goes Twisted Fate gold card, and now your turn's done. I have an active Twisted Fate, and we go from there.
Right. And so that was a really good way to play around the Twisted Fate. That was a good read by Cup is Mine to not play the Phoenix there. So a lot of people say, like, well, obviously just play Phoenix and swing forehead. It's like, well, you know, there's the TF here. So it's one of those, again, reading your opponent, trying to figure out what they have in their hand and how to play around it. And that's what Cup is Mine did really well this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But Kever still ever patient with the Pack Your Bags. Now just going to try to get a little bit of chip. A little bit of chip here and there. Kever not wanting to get blown out by a pump spell and just throw the Twisted Fate away. Especially, I mean, there's Glimpse. There's the salvage here. Really, like, an actual line to level up Twisted Fate here over the course of turns. There's even the Fortune Croaker. So,
yeah, Fortune Croaker. So that's what, 2, 4, 5, 6 cards drawn in hand possible?
Yeah, and potentially another draw spell being generated off of Catalog if Kever commits to one now.
So there's a lot of ways Kever can try and do this. I think he's just trying to think of how can I flip this Twisted Fate without scaring my opponent. And that's what a lot of games are when you have these threats. Is just like, hey, my Twisted Fate's 4 out of 8. How do I get these last 4 without scaring you?
Right.
So we do see here, though, we see the very scary Phoenix. You know, it's only an 8 out of 5, so it puts Cup is Mine at 6. He only has 5 points of burn in his hand, so he's still going to be 1 damage off, assuming Kevar has 0 healing. That's still not quite lethal.
Yeah, and that's a pretty rough assumption to make.
I think this was just another case of Kevar playing extremely patient, and the non-go hard player, the go hard opponent of go hard, saying, not wanting to be aggressive enough and not wanting to say, hey, I have to challenge you before this game goes too long. This is exactly what we saw last game against Void, where eventually Void just got, you know, frustrated and a little bit impatient and just said like, oh, I'm just going to play my cards, and if they have it, they have it. And that's really what these control players thrive off of, and players like Kevor that play these really slow, boring decks is just, hey, I'm just going to grind you out. This game goes to turn 20. Sure, man. At this point in time, like, not only are you playing around my 1 pack your bags, but I have pack your bags and 2 go hards. I immediately have a pack your bags next turn as well.
Yeah. And, I mean, that's gonna... I mean, that'll just kill, right? I mean, or it'll get very close. I mean, you have a full... You're gonna have a full board as well. And, oh, by the way, Twisted Fate, don't pay no attention to me. I'm also probably going to be leveling very shortly here, too.
Yeah, I think Twisted Fate actually levels off of... it's 4 out of 8, I believe. Twisted Fate takes 8 to level,
so now
9.
6. So, yeah, now it's 6.
So I actually would have liked to... It's 7 of 9, right. So this Gohar, or this... this Glimpse is just going to get him there. It's going to level up the Twisted Fate.
Or no, sorry. The 7 will be on his draw, so this is actually one off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I really would have liked Kevor to just pass. Because if you just pass there as Kevor, Cuphead's Mind probably isn't too worried because he's not thinking you can just burst speed out or get 4 draws really well. And so it'd be a really good opportunity to find a way to level up that Twisted Fate.
Oh, but the Mystic shot goes away. A Get Excited is drawn, which potentially could have threatened to kill.
Right.
Of course, we know it wouldn't have worked. I don't think Cuphead's Mind is likely not planning on it working.
Yeah, but... and there is a chance for lethal here for Cuphead's Mind. This, I think the Phoenix is, if he doesn't have to star shaping his face, if he could just star shaping the Phoenix, that's going to be another 9 on the open attack into Get Excited, Get Excited. I think there's a chance that Cuphead's Mind actually wins this.
Yeah, if we block, we take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh no.
Star shaping is on face.
Yeah, I think I didn't really, so it would have been 2, 4, 5, 6, would have taken down the 6 only, and this is another scenario where maybe the players aren't thinking of, oh, I really need to win. They're just thinking of, oh, I need to not lose.
Right.
Because if you don't think this deck can produce a fast speed Withering Whale, that was just another card not played around by Cuphead's Mind, and he's willing to give up the Phoenix. That seems pretty interesting. Yeah,
I guess... Given the living legends, that's just got to be the anything could be in here. I mean, it could even be a Phoenix, right? Like,
yeah,
I've seen people do this so many times where it's like, oh, I'll throw away this Phoenix I already have in play because I could get even more than a Phoenix out of this.
Yeah, I think it really just comes down to, does Cuphead's Mind think that he was going to get Pack Your Bags the next turn? And the only way to survive Pack Your Bags is to star shaping your face. So good call by him. There is a chance that a Go Hard gets generated off of catalog.
Right.
And if Kevor draws the Go Hard this turn, then he was able to have it, right? So.
Oh, but I think he's 1 off. I think it's a 0-3 right now.
Oh, I thought it was 2 out of 3 or 1 out of 3.
Actually, no, you might be right because we saw a.
Because he had to have cast one last.
It's got to be 1 of 3, right? Because we saw it on the Phoenix. I just must have misseen it. Cosmic Rays.
Well, I do not like. Board. I really don't like this play. I think your play here is basically slam Scourge and attack your opponent.
Yeah. Because now what's the win con, right?
Right. This is another one of those lines of I'm playing to not lose instead of I'm playing to win the game.
Right.
And those lines don't really get you there.
Yeah, because now you're just giving so much time to Kevor. And also, what was Kevor's board even really doing? I mean, yes, obviously it was attacking for a lot, but like Kevor's board is roughly as scary as it was, right? I mean, there's a little bit more damage, but
right. I think
not that much more.
Right. I think Scourging there, you attack with Scourge, you push 7, put your opponent to 5, and then you get like double Get Excited potentially and stuff like that. Actually think I think I literally would have preferred to see Cuphead's Mind push for any card that wasn't Cosmic Rays.
Yeah, this just feels off here. Also, wasn't there a serpent somewhere? Did we just not play it?
Yeah, I guess we just decided to not play the serpent because we didn't want to give our opponent
didn't want to give go hard.
Right,
but
we just didn't want to
also-
give go hard stuff, even though they can target their own units.
Even though they can target their own units, and
Right.
like they played a unit here, but this is just going to be packing the bags here. Kever going to pack his bags all the way to the winners finals. The triple control lineup makes it there here on week number 1 of the new patch. Up is mine, going to have to fight their way back up from the loser side, but still has a chance. Definitely not over for them yet, but Kever sitting pretty up top in the grand finals waiting for his opponent.
Yep, I think Kevor, I think that was a really good played match overall. I think I would have liked to see Compass Mine be a little bit more aggressive. I think everyone I've seen play against the Go Hard deck today can afford to be a little bit more aggressive. We saw this with Void as well. They kind of just sit back and try to do this, oh, I'm a Felio, so I can outgrind you game plan, or some sort of, I can go mid-game, I can make these trades. And Kever has shown many, many times over the years that he just has this mental fortitude of a stone that just like never cracks.
Yeah.
And he just says, if you want to go to turn 20, buddy, we can go to turn 20, and it'll get to the point where I don't have a pack my bags in my hand, but I have pack my bags plus, 4 more go hards to immediately pack you again on the same turn.
Yeah, Legends of Runeterra players tend to underestimate the degeneracy of control Magic players who traditionally will play a deck with actual no win cons in the deck. It's just a land that mills your opponent for 3 cards over the course of a million turns. Like, people will play decks where there is no win condition, except you just make your opponent take infinite turns and they draw their deck out. Right. This is the level of degeneracy that Magic players will go through. So winning a little bit later with a bunch of pack your bags is actually quite fast for a traditional control player in Magic.
Yes.
And Kever certainly showing us how to do it, but we will see him in the grand finals. But we're gonna have to get to the losers bracket after a quick break here on Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. We've got the losers bracket when we return. Welcome back, Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Wisdom. I'm still Blevins. That is still Mo, and we are still here in the event. We are in the losers semis. Let's take a look at the bracket, Mo, see where we are at, who we've got coming up.
Wow, Floppy Mudkip won this match. Very cool.
He did, and so did Void, which means we're getting a rematch of the grand finals from last week. Not quite in the same spot that those players may have wanted or expected this to be, but we're here nonetheless. Winner moves on to face Cup is Mine for a shot at Kever here. It's going to be Void versus Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah, and just looking at the lineups here, we have Void on that Mono Shurima, the Kindred Viego Ionia, and then a smaller like Victor Felios Zoe, more orthogonal deck against Floppy, who is probably a more traditional. Honestly, this is referred to as the good player lineup, and this is just probably the 3 best decks in the meta at the moment. And that is the Yaya deck, Riven Victor, and the Aphelios by Zoe. I don't think this is where you want your Mono Shurima deck to be. I think this is, like I was saying at the start of this stream, Mono Shurima is not a bad deck necessarily, but it has very bad matchups for the same reason as very good matchups. You want to bring Mono Shurima when you expect to hit things like the control decks. Like if Void sees Kevlar lineups, he's very happy that he has Mono Shurima in his deck. When he sees things like Yordle Arms, Victor Riven, and Felio Zoe, there's like this more burn Ruben pile style of deck, you really don't want Mono Shurima in your lineup.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it could be a liability. And the way that the tournament format works, you can have this deck that is good into a lineup, and that's great, but it can only ever get you 1 win. The inverse of that is that if you have a deck that is really bad into a lineup, it sure can get you both of your losses. So it's certainly a double-edged sword, but one edge is much sharper potentially, and it might be pointing at your own face here. But going into this ban phase, Mo, as Floppy, what are you looking to ban here?
It's very clearly not Mono Shurima. It's really a Floppy choice. If he thinks Aphelios Victor is strong, he bans that. If he doesn't want to deal with the Concussive Palm, Lifesteal, stupid Ionia SI shenanigans from Viego Ionia, you ban that. That would be my personal ban, because I don't want to deal with the Concussive Palms. I don't want to deal with the Spirit's Refuge. I don't want to deal with the syncopations and stuff like that. That is just too... Ionia is too tricky for me. I have a very small brain, and I don't want to deal with all of this trickery. So because of that, I just want to play against a more linear game plan of trying to outvalue my opponent's Aphelios Victor Zoe.
Yeah, and looks like Floppy has the same thought here. I mean, we saw last week Void just play the deck very well, and my estimation of the deck is that it's kind of feast or famine, but boy, when it feasts a lot, right? Like it can really get out ahead, and it has those tricky plays, the syncopations, the Spirit's Refuge, the other cards that you mentioned as well. And it like if they line up, it can be very, very difficult to beat. And in a tournament setting, like you only need to win the 2 games, right? Or you only need to win the 1 game with a specific deck. So whether it's consistent or not, like if you hit it, you hit it. And Void plays it to the point where he puts himself in a position to actually hit.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what he's going to bank on for the Shurima lineup as well, is he's just going to have to hope to hit, because he has going to have to find a win. I'm really surprised that he left Yordle Arms open on initial instincts, because this deck is by far one of the strongest decks we just have in LOR. But the idea behind it, if I had to guess, would be a lot of players assume the Aphelios buffs were to indirectly nerf Yordle Arms. It's to say, hey, I'm going to play... Aphelios, and it's going to kill a unit and then immediately get me a gun that stuns a unit. That's minus 2 units for you for essentially no cards from me. So if Void thinks that way and thinks, oh, well, I can just use my Aphelios card to beat your Yordle Arms card, this is the exact matchup he wanted to see. If you leave Yordles in Arm unbanned, this is why. This is the matchup. So we're just going to get to see here if this pans out exactly how Void wants it to be.
Yeah, but again, like, that's only one game. Like, what about the other deck? Like, if the Yorlin Arms deck just auto wins the next matchup, it almost doesn't matter that you targeted it, right? You, like, if you're going to be bringing a deck that is good against another deck in a lineup, you kind of have to 2-0 it, or else it almost doesn't matter.
Right.
In a lot of ways. But either way, this is the way it is lined up. Floppy now, pretty big attack here. Chip away. Yes, Lulu takes some damage. We get the old Flame Chomper's value and a couple of points of chip here from the Daring Poros.
Yeah, and a saving grace for Void. He unfortunately does not have the Aphelios in his hand to start dealing with these units. If he did, this game would be a lot easier. He would say, immediately shoot your Flame Chompers, and now you have no threats. But what he does have is he has Mystic Shots, Equinox, and Get Excited. And that could find ways to get rid of these big threats that are immediate, like the Lulu. Yep. I was going to say before he drew the Mare, was also fortunate for Void, Floppy didn't draw the hands that infinitely refilled themselves that we're so used to. Yep. He didn't draw the units that produced more units Because of that, this was probably the only time Void is ever going to be able to either catch up or even pass Floppy in board control. But it really just comes down to, does he find that Aphelios in time?
Mm-hmm. And, well, we do have the Yorlin Arms, but we also have the Arena Battlecaster, or the Arena Mechcaster, which, well, that's kind of like a Yorlin Arms with a 4/5 body to boot. That allows the Yorlin Arms effectively to be on open attack, but the Equinox is going to stop it, turns it into just merely a Bull Elnuk.
Right, and we see this Victor high rolled its stats, got the elusive keyword. That's really good. I'd be very surprised if he didn't attack. Okay, there you go. That at least gives him a reason to attack potentially more with the goat. I'm not really sure why we played goat first. I'm 100% down to like Mystic Shot the 0-2, not let you get a free kill on my Victor. Basically say, hey, you have to have Yorlin Arms, and if you don't, then I get to keep my Victor and start killing you with things.
Yeah, I guess when Floppy has no mana, like, playing the goat before or after is of no consequence. So I guess just wanted the goat to see how how attacking works. You got to teach your goat sometimes. You can't just throw a goat out there and expect to know what to do. You gotta show it how it's done.
Interesting. So this is probably the best case scenario for Void for this Yorlin Arms, because you get to respond to it with a Mystic Shot and to get excited. And you get to give your Victor another keyword, so you could roll something like the Lifesteal. If you absolutely need to sacrifice your Victor, you can do that. But otherwise, you're actually not taking that much damage. I believe you're taking... Oh, really? We're keeping the... Interesting. I thought for sure we would have killed off the Flame Chompers.
I guess the Flame... Oh, no, yeah, the Flame Chompers does still kill Victor.
Yeah, I would have liked to kill off the Flame Chompers and the Lulu. We also could have traded the Victor with the Petal there as well. We could have played the Petal and it augmented up. This hand is... this game's not looking too good for Void.
Yeah, I mean, it is very interesting that we didn't kill the Flame Chompers here, because, like, Void's hand is just
okay,
garbage.
You said interesting. Yeah, that play was bad. Like, that whole turn was pretty bad.
That's caster code, Mo. I forgot to tell you.
Oh. Well, then that turn was not bad, but I would have liked to see it be played a different way.
I would like to have seen it played better instead of the way it was played.
Better, yes. And better, I mean, like, in every possible decision.
And there's a surrender. Yeah, I mean, I think that I maybe just thinking that the elusive Poros were just going to be too much to deal with there. I mean, you'd be taking 10, you just die. I mean, I guess we're just going to die anyway, right? Because there was all that burn on the side of Floppy, so it was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. But boy, I guess, okay, this is how I'm seeing it. If Void draws Aphelios there, like, it starts to not look as god-awful. All jokes aside, like, if instead of that thermo beam that does nothing, Aphelios is drawn, all of a sudden, you know, we can get a moon weapon, maybe even generate another moon weapon potentially. So you could like potentially get like Calibrum to kill a unit and then give Aphelios lifesteal attack in for like 4 lifesteal. I don't know. Like it is potentially, there's potentially something there. Whereas like if you don't kill the elusive there,
Blevins, why don't you make this
taking
much
10.
effort to make my misplay sound good?
Because your games are over before I can finish these rants.
Whenever I misplay, casters don't try to make me sound smart. What is this? What is this caster bias?
No. We talked a whole broadcast about the aggressive mini morphs. Okay, that was beauty. Okay, we definitely shouted the aggro mini morphs out multiple times because those were amazing.
But this head, Yaya is also just a pretty crazy deck. Sometimes you just really can't deal with it. There's a reason why everyone was really upset at the patch notes for not touching Yaya.
Yeah.
We see that here on full display. I don't think we've seen a game very close yet for the Yaya player.
No, not really.
Yeah, so that just goes to show you that the deck is still extremely dominant in tournament. The statistics on ladder is it still has the second highest win rate in the game, so it'll only be a matter of time before people start yelling about it again. This game, however, looks to be a little bit closer.
I'm surprised. Like, I understand that Victor is the diff here, but we never saw calculated creations get played, and now we are seeing it. I wonder, is that just like a tech choice? Is it?
So
is it just
turned
Victor?
Into paying 1 mana to get another card. So let's think of it this way: is Ballistic Bot is good. 3 mana Ballistic Bot, not very good.
Sure.
So that's what calculated creations is. Same with the elusive unit, like 3 mana 1/3 elusive augment, good. 4 mana 1/3 elusive augment, not good. So paying that extra 1 mana but not getting anything out of it made the cards feel really bad. But now that they're buffed, not only is it a 3 mana ballistic bot that gets +1/+1, but it takes it to that 4 HP range, which makes it even harder to kill because the difference from 4 HP to 3 HP is a lot.
That makes sense. That does.
And
make
same
sense.
with the elusive cat, taking that from being a 1/3 to a 2/4 is a lot.
True. Very true. That makes sense. I mean, I like to see it, and it is very versatile. And well, Armed Gearhead not very good and not really used. The other two are quite useful, and they're useful in different scenarios, which is exactly what you want out of a card like that.
Right. It just gives you more options. If you need to go for the more grindy, like the first Ballistic Bot got hushed here, and Floppy very much says, oh, I need that Ballistic Bot to do stuff, or that Ballistic Bot is really good, you make another one. If you say, damn, I really need a way to win the game here, I'm getting kind of low on cards, or I need a miracle, I only have 1 turn, you say, hey, give me an elusive unit real quick, and let me just try to OTK him real quick. And it's just really versatile in that ways. You said Armed Gearhead not very played. Actually, when Armed Gearhead got revealed, I said that card was a 5-star card out of 5.
Wow.
I thought that card was going to be so broken, and then I realized 1 HP sucks. I thought Augment gave +1/+1, and I thought the Augment keyword was broken. And then I...
Oh, if it gave +1/+1, it would be broken.
Yeah, I thought it was like super broken, and then I learned... I reread the card, and I was like, oh wait, Augment as a keyword isn't that great, and 1 HP 1/1 is not good.
Yeah, it's not quite... what's the 1 red 1/2 prowess haste?
Swift Spear?
Swift's Monastery Swift Spear. It's not quite Monastery Swift Spear.
Not quite, no.
I know everyone likes to call everything Delver, but you got to throw some love to our Monastery Swift Spear players.
Of course, that card won me many tournaments.
That card was in vogue at the end of my Magic, like the very end of my Magic playing, because the nail in the coffin for me was when they banned Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time, which is when that was the same set, because well, I had just collected foils of all of them, and they go, oh, it's banned, so it went from like $40 down to like $3 instantly, so that was big sad for me. But either way, We're in this match here. Floppy on the Riven Victor versus the Aphelios Victor. I gotta think that the Aphelios Victor has a little more flexibility and can go a little bit later, especially if they're able to just take these 1-for-1s on key units, because like they're both able to go wide and really unless it's a a Riven or a Victor, you almost don't care about these other units.
Right, and you can match them, right? So it's like, oh, I don't care about your 3-1 because I trade it with my 2-1. Like at most you're hitting me with 2 elusive units. I don't care because I'm also eventually going to play my own elusive units with some personal. Right. And this is where the like orthogonal decks really shine. Whereas with Floppy Mudkip, his deck basically wins off of either a really big Riven, a really big Victor, maybe like a really big Boro or something if you buff it up. But all in all, the game plan is the exact same. It's buff 1 unit really big. That can get shut down with a Hush. That gets shut down with a Aphelios stun. That gets shut down with like life gain or give your unit HP so the overwhelm isn't that much. Whereas Void, he doesn't need to draw big units and spells. He can draw a Zoe or a Aphelios or a Star Shaping or any like one of these like 5 different cards to start his game plan going, which is what he's done here as he's drawn the Zoe. And now this Zoe is slowly progressing him into a win condition. Whereas Floppy Mudkip is still not any closer to his winning the game now than he was on turn 1.
Yep. No, and that also speaks to the fact that like Floppy open passes here, and it's because Floppy is just looking to draw better cards, whereas Void, the longer the game goes, like the more secured they are. Like the open pass is sort of necessary here from Floppy, but it's not actually good.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. As Floppy saying, "Hey, I want." It's like in poker, where sometimes you'll check the flop to see the river because you're like, "Man, I'm chasing a really good hand, so I just need to see one more card, but I don't want to pay money for it." So you check.
Right.
That's what Floppy is doing. He's saying, "Man, I really just need to draw one more card. I need to get 1 card closer to my Riven, 1 card closer to my Victor." But I don't want you to develop cards and start doing stuff. The issue with that is it's also giving Void time to find his answer, which is the Hush. And we see here, Void has found the answer to the problem before Floppy has actually found the problem. So now not only is Floppy still fishing, where Void is already having a win con in play with Zoe, but Void has already found his answer for when Floppy does finally find that threat.
Yep. Void here gets to make a small raise, just small enough that Floppy wants to stay in the pot, but not big enough to get him to fold. Exactly. Floppy gonna continue, and then Void gets to really cash in with the Hush. Says, "I had the nuts the whole time, bud. Sorry."
Yeah, he's basically just like checking all the way, and then he'll just call the raise whenever Floppy goes all in with his big unit. Void just goes, "Okay, well, I had you covered the entire time."
Had it the whole time, yeah.
Still had all these. The best card term ever.
Yes. I will say, this event, we have seen the hard cast survival skills now 3 times, and I think that is more than I've ever seen in a fight night.
I think I've seen it cast more times today than I have ever cast it in my life, playing like hundreds of game with this card in my main deck. I've only hard cast it like twice, I think. I can remember. Yeah,
I've cast it a few times, but it's certainly, I can definitely count the number on one hand. That's for sure. I maybe have done it 4 times.
Yeah, well, you're just lucky. You're just a lucky guy, above average guy, Blevins. So, as cool as it is, I don't think it's actually doing too much. Because this is not scary. These cards are not scary. I believe, I forgot, I don't know which one of these got the permanent buff. I think it was the 3/3 got the permanent buff.
Yeah,
from
I think
the sword. So all Void needs to do is just like not die and not do anything crazy. So you set these blocks up, right? You take 6, lose most of your board, but not even all of it. And then you just quite simply say, okay, that's it. Like you have 2 cards in your hand, Floppy. This is it, boy. That's all you want to do.
Right.
And then Void goes, here's a 1/1, here's a 2/1, here's a 3/2, here's an elusive unit. My board is back to full to match you for future turns. On top of, I'm still leveling the Zoe. Because now Floppy has completely tapped out of ways to kill the Zoe. Void literally just goes, play a 2-1, play a 1-1, play GOAT, level my Zoe.
Ooh. Now, I mean, I think that there's, to bring back a metaphor I use all the time that only boomers know. There's no wrong way for Void to eat this Reese's. I think that this game is over, almost regardless of the way that the plays come out. But I will say that Hush does seem a bit premature, right? We saved the submersible here, but that specific submersible I don't think is necessary for Void to win. Whereas, like, if there's ever a Hail Mary, like, Mudkip comes out of nowhere and wins next turn.
Yeah, with the steel chair.
Yeah, yeah. If Mudkip placed the steel chair underneath the ring, and you think he's down for the count,
right?
Hush can stop that steel chair. It's just like, nope. I also had I had a baseball bat the whole time, and I took your knees out before the steel chair could come out.
I think I'd rather have the steel chair there. But either way,
than a baseball bat? There's no way.
I'm pretty strong and swift. I don't know. I'm pretty big guy. But either way, it ended up not mattering. But I agree. I also don't believe that Hush was 100% necessary. Maybe, obviously, he had perfect mana here to set up this really crazy Zoe turn. So these players are really good. Void probably did the math and said, okay, even with the Hush, I have you set up for lethal next turn anyways, because I can do exactly this. But there's really no reason to blow the Hush. Like, you can lose a 5-5 and, again, just say, like, cool.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Like, the 5-5 elusive, obviously good, right, and is going to win the game. But you had another one in hand. You had a Living Legends in hand,
right, with the level Zoe guaranteed.
Right, the Hush is like a unique threat killer, or like it stops the momentum of Floppy, whereas like all the other threats that you are putting forth are kind of interchangeable. But again, neither here nor there. That is one for the VOD review to look back upon. Now,
what
in game number 3.
What it could have been too is Void doing a mental strategy, saying things like, "Hey, I had the Hush anyways," and Floppy goes, "Oh my gosh, he had the Hush. I'm so tilted going into game 3." Where Void needs every edge he can get here in this matchup. Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is looking to be pretty nice on the side of Floppy here. We have the Riven on 3. Potentially. I guess it will depend on if he wants that Riven to have vulnerable or not.
Yeah, I think the only saving grace in this matchup is Void is currently playing 2 copies of Quicksand.
Okay.
And as long as your Victor doesn't have Spell Shield, Quicksand is essentially Hush.
True.
It just comes down to, can you find your answer in Quicksand before your opponent finds the big threat, I'm killing you, in Riven and Victor? Last game, that was the case. This game, we already see a Riven in play. We already see it have 2 potential Blade Fragments.
Yep.
Possibly being leveled on the next attack. So Void has, 1 turn to find that Quicksand or to kill the Riven. Whereas Floppy just says, if you don't have this, I'm going all in and I'm probably killing you.
Yeah. I guess well, here's the thing. The threat of Quicksand is, while not as good as the Quicksand, it may also cause Floppy to delay trying to go off. That is possible.
Yeah, it's kind of like I don't want to get blown out, so I'm just going to play a little bit slower type of vibe.
Right. Where, like, if Floppy is in a strong enough case, or in a strong enough spot where he can play around a Quicksand here, that actually might cause him to play slower, which could give Void more time. And more time means more progress on the Sun Disk, and potentially even just a couple extra turns could push it for Void. So
yeah, and this Xerath is 1 away from leveling already on turn 4.
The Quicksand. There's the Quicksand.
He draws the Quicksand. Xerath is 1 away from leveling. Floppy Mudkip can literally not play a unit without leveling Xerath, getting half of the Sun Disk removed, and if you play either Poro, it dies. If you play the 3/3, then you kill off one of your 2/1s for free. Your
Yep.
Riven here dies to the vulnerable challenge. What's his name? Azir probably isn't too close to leveling, but I'd guess he's about halfway there. I mean, we see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's probably actually relatively close.
Ooh, Floppy. Floppy was looking at going upstairs and saying, you know what? We're going to play another Riven, let you have your level ups, and see if you can win next turn, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think the idea with that was to save the Riven, so that way you can try for an OTK, but he quickly realized that the Ballistic Bot was bigger than the Riven, because the Riven was damaged.
Yep.
So, I think Void is in an amazing spot. He kind of got everything he needed. He got a really quickly leveled up champion. He found the quicksand. You usually want units to be able to block and deal with your opponent's board, but hey, a Xerath leveled up is just as good as any unit because it also kills units early to mid game, and that's all you really need.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, like, let's imagine that the quicksand isn't there. We see that it is, but if it isn't, is Floppy even able to push any relevant amount of damage here?
I think so. I think at worst, let's assume again, assuming you don't have quicksand, Floppy pushes quite a bit of damage, I believe. I think he does actually have lethal if there was no quicksand, because you can give the Ballistic Bot Overwhelm. You buff the Ballistic Bot a whole bunch, probably over Riven. If you don't want to give an action to level Sundisk, then you can just go burst speed with all of this stuff and then get excited face. If you want to give an action, your chances go down by a lot.
Yeah. Well, looks like we are giving that action. I have to imagine Floppy is probably going to try to split the threats.
Yeah. But the issue with that is buffed quicksand.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Oh, I can target 2 units. I forgot.
Yeah,
oh, that's brutal.
Even if you find ways to get rid of both, you're still looking really good. Again, here, we see this is really, really sad for Floppy. He keeps making his Ballistic Bot bigger than his Riven, so he can't save it. So he keeps putting himself in a position where he wants to get excited survival skills. He wants to send this face, like, start going upstairs with Burn, keeping his units alive, but he can't because he keeps playing created cards. And maybe this is something Floppy needs to look out for in his future games.
Well, yeah, but I mean, even if so, if Void, if the Riven is bigger, it does, well, I guess you can pump up the Ballistic Bot easier. I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah. I think at this point, when you're Floppy, you say, my opponent is 100% leveling and showing me movie time either this turn or next turn.
Right, I mean, open attack just does it, right? I think Azir is a 1 away.
Yeah, open attack shows me I have leveled. I'm watching movie time, and I'm going to lose half my board. It's not going to be fun. So you basically just have to say, okay, I'm going to go all in. He's bluffing, or at least showing he has a quicksand. I have to call that. You have to say, hey, if you have quicksand, you got me. If you don't have quicksand, I have lethal.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. We're in that position where there's not really much. Floppy just does not have the luxury of playing around a quicksand here. Yep. Split out the threats a little bit, though. Again, buffed quicksand. It's quite good here.
Yeah, I think I don't even think you needed to do that last part. Of course, none of this matters because of quicksand, but I think even if you were playing most optimally, you still just attack without giving them the slow speed, the action in case they do have another like removal spell. Like if they have a way to kill off your Ballistic Bot, because all you needed was like one portal to connect with that Ballistic Bot overall, and you had get excited lethal.
Right.
But as we see now, open attack for Void does it. We can just see him, if he really wants to be quick about it, he just goes like Sand Soldier, and he's big chilling.
Yeah. Yeah, Sand Soldiers. We'll do it. Oh, how about a good old Frozen Thrall? Okay, I guess Azir was more than 1 away. I thought Azir was only 1 away.
Yeah,
I guess not.
He could do like his Azir spell and gone like
now
Azir
he's
spell,
one away.
Azir spell.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, the 4th time we've seen the Hardcat survival skills. Okay.
How funny.
Yep. Let's arise.
Yeah, I don't really know what he could be drawing for. I'm not too familiar with the Sun Disc deck. I don't know if there's anything he's trying to draw into at 2 mana.
I mean, probably just trying to kill a unit with
yeah, with the Xerath.
With Xerath, yeah.
I see.
That's my guess. You get to at least kill the Poro here, get some more damage.
Mm-hmm.
We've now seen the Shurima movie twice.
Mm-hmm.
Again, 2 more times than anyone has seen Morbius. Another topical reference. That's it's so on point because people don't get the joke because no one has seen Morbius. That's it's so meta.
Yeah.
It's so meta.
You know something that's really funny is I don't even think this stops them from Xerath. Because I think the Xerath says if a unit would die, you exile it instead. So I'm actually really interested in see how the interaction works. Either way, it doesn't matter. Floppy gets to keep 2 of his units. I have absolutely zero idea if there's any shot at Floppy winning this game. I like that play. It guarantee exiles the 2/1.
Yep.
Makes it even harder for your opponent to come back.
Yeah, especially through the rights here. I mean,
through a deny. Yep. So I got rid of all the units. So he has to have a unit and then find more burn spells and stuff like that.
Yeah, even if Void was somehow at 4 or even 7, I mean, this decimate's still just not even good.
Yeah, it's still not enough.
Chat saying that your MTG is showing mode, not realizing that we were talking about obscure, like, standard references from 8 years ago, not even 20 minutes ago.
Oh, my MTG is showing? Oh.
It said exile instead of, now I can't think of what the actual word, banish.
Banish. Oh, no,
Wait,
it's
is
not
it banish?
Yu-Gi-Oh nerd?
No, banish
obliterate.
is flesh and blood. Obliterate, yeah.
It's obliterate. We know it's obliterate. It's, we're all LOR players here. Oh, production's telling me Riot refuses to pay me if I say the words exile again, so, okay. Won't do that anymore.
I mean, I thought obliterate was Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what Exodia does, right?
I thought banish. You like banish to the Shadow Realm.
I mean, it might be Yu-Gi-Oh, but it also is Flesh and Blood, so I'll take it.
I see. This is where chat's supposed to say, Blevins, your boomer is showing.
No, that's just built into the show. No one needs to point that out. It's already that people come to the show expecting that that's going to be.
Okay. All right. So this is where that's actually There's a no because we have the right of negation. This is so crazy that Floppy is still trying to find ways to have lethal here. Through the like get excited.
Yeah, and
like
I'm still trying to find a way to see the brand new Michael Bay movie. It's Ambulance by Michael Bay. Okay, I just had to do it because Twitch forces us to look at these ads again.
You should have said something like the Mono Shurima is sending a Floppy Mudkip to the ambulance, just like in the theaters near you.
Yep, I should have said that exactly. Chat, type a 1 if you agree
mine
with
was
Mo.
better.
Let's get some
Mine
ones
was
in chat. This is Mo's first fight night stream. This is the first time you cast fight night, right? I think so.
Yeah, it's my first time casting any like. No, I've cast one other tournament. Yeah.
We'll see. We shall see. There, see, we're getting some 1s in there. I'm ignoring all these 2s. Don't let the 2s get to you, Mo.
Oh no.
Either way, the story here is that Void has dethroned Floppy Mudkip, or at least knocked the crown off of Floppy Mudkip here, as this will be next week will not feature Floppy Mudkip, which is certainly something we have not seen in a long time. And our runner-up last week, Void, is making a run here. Needs to win one more against Cup is Mine to get their shot back at Kever and the invite back next week.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting to watch. I think these top 3 players, even honestly, these top 4 players were probably my favorite coming into this tournament. I remember I was looking at the bracket beforehand, and I was telling you guys, like, oh, who do you want to watch? And I was like, well, I'm down to watch or root for either Kever or Floppy or Void or Cup is Mine. And here we go. Yeah. That was our top 4, right? That was the top half of the bracket. So very exciting to see all 3 of these players make it to the top 3. And the final, losers finals and grand finals is shaping up to be really good.
Yeah, the Mo blessing has been called. We'll have to see. Now that all these players have been blessed, we'll have to see how it plays out. And we will see how it plays out after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We've got the losers finals when we return. Welcome back, Giant Slayer Fight Night Legends Americas. I am Blevins, that is Mo, and we are here, losers bracket finals. Mo, let's take a look at that bracket before we jump into it, because we've had a lot of matches. Floppy Mudkip will not be returning. No 7th win this week at the very least. Void getting the revenge from last week, and now in the losers finals versus Cup is Mine.
Yeah, this, again, I said this before break, this top 3 is shaping out to be amazing. This losers finals into the grand finals is some of the top players we have in LOR, period. Definitely the top players we had in this tournament, outside of Floppy, who, again, was just rounded out barely in 4th. So, looking at this matchup, we have, again, the Sun Disc coming in for Void. And we see that is going to be really good into the Kevlar matchup, but again, just not very good into the Cup is Mine matchup. So it's really just going to be a story tonight of how badly or how well the Sun Disc can hurt or really help Void.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely did see it. Like, it had a pretty, I wouldn't say like hyper fast level up of the Sun Disc, but it was pretty quick. I mean, we got the Azir leveled up, we got the Xerath leveled up, and then it was just a matter of, you know, did we have the one quicksand to not die on the turn? The answer was yes, and I mean, we had the Emperor's deck, and that was the end of it for that was the end of it for Floppy. Yeah,
and a lot of people look at those games and look at that deck and say things like, well, Mo, if Sun Disc is so bad and if that matchup is so bad, why did the game look so one-sided? It's like, you have to kind of put things into perspective. He had leveled a Xerath on 4. He had Xerath on 4. He had a 0 on 5, and then drew into the quicksand, and then drew into the deny on backup. It's like, yes, that can happen. I'm not even saying it doesn't happen a lot, but more importantly, even if they had 4 out of 5 of those, that quicksand alone was the only thing that kept him in that game. Outside of, yes, Azir leveled on 4, cool. Xerath leveled on 4, cool.
Yeah.
Azir was leveling on, like, was that 6? He was going to have flipped Sun Disc on 6. Very cool. That doesn't matter if you're dying to this gigantuous overwhelm slot bot, or ballistic bot. That's really what it comes down to in these other matches, is not just, can I flip my thing, but it's, can I also not die? And most of the time, you're not going to draw the one. I think he's playing 2 quicksand, I believe. So you're not going to draw one of your 2 quicksands before your opponent draws either Victor or Riven or Might or Pump Spell. Like, that's probably not going to happen very often.
Yeah, if, like you said, if there is no quicksand in that game, like, Floppy is able to push, like, I don't know, 11 damage through blocks, and then it's just a get excited over the top to end it there. So easily could have gone a different direction had the cards lined up a little bit different, but hey, it is what it is. And this is the losers bracket finals. Cup is Mine versus Void. We've got the Noxus Piltover here. This is, I believe, the OG. Yeah, Draven Scion with a sprinkling in of Vi versus the Aphelios Victor.
Yeah, so this matchup is really going to come down to who decides to be the aggressor, and I think initially it's going to be Cup is Mine. And it's very much, can Cup is Mine apply enough pressure to say, okay, now that it's turns 4, 5, or really turns like 5, 6 plus, Aphelios is going to have the game locked down. But can I do enough before those turns 5 and 6 to get me there over the top with these like get excited and mystic shots? And again, this goes back to the deck building of, you're not playing decimates. So it's not just, I need to push damage on turns 1 through 4 and then go decimate, get excited, get excited. It's, you have to push damage on turns 1 through 4 and find a way to hit them on turns 5 and turn 6 and find a way to actually close out this game.
Yeah, you have to hit on turns 1 through 4 and keep your board integrity, right? Unless you happen to be able to keep all of your burn in hand, which is just unlikely, just given the build of the deck, like you said. I mean, we do have a couple of these survival skills, but it can't be procced unless you're firing off a Get Excited, so it's going to be unlikely to happen. Granted, that Get Excited probably wants to come out to kill this Aphelios, but we'll see.
Yeah, ideally you want to get excited as Aphelios, but I actually don't think so. I don't think you do that. The biggest meme in LOR history is just Mystic Shot at forehead. So here you can say the same thing, right? Like, oh, just get excited the Aphelios. Void is playing 3 Pale Cascades and a Sunblessed Vigor to keep this Aphelios alive. So you can't just get excited. So what do you have to do? You have to play Vi. Now what's the problem with this play? That opens you up to Hush. If Void would have taken the... I would have actually liked to see the Gravitum from Void first off. Because... Or sorry, go Calibrum into Gravitum or just pull Gravitum. Because you know the only way this Aphelios is dying is from a Vi. Granted, it's a 1 of Vi in a deck of 40 cards. That's very low. But it is still the only way that your Aphelios is dying where you lose value for it.
Yeah, I wonder if this just reads as another Aphelios in the hand of Void, potentially. Where you say, okay, well, if you have in the unlikely chance that you have the Vi, you know, maybe I have a backup, or maybe it's the Victor. Maybe you don't necessarily care about the Aphelios as much, and you're just going to try to go over the top with Victor.
Yeah, I think it is really going to just come down to how much Void does have in his hand versus how much he's fluffing. If he does have the second Aphelios, this is looking good for Void. If he does have the Hush, this is looking good for Void. If he doesn't have these tools to his advantage, and Cuphead's Mind does just have this put Undying on my Vi, kill your Victor, stuff like that, then this could quickly turn into a Cuphead's Mind game, and Void is just slowly falling behind.
Yeah, but okay, Challenger. Challenger doesn't really do much.
Yeah, Challenger Scout is 2 anti-synergistic keywords, so it's not really something you're looking to get. With that, you're usually looking to get, you know, Scout Quick Attack, Scout Elusive, Scout Overwhelm, even potentially Scout Fearsome. You typically want a keyword that makes you more avoidable than Challenger, which puts you into combat. It does the exact opposite.
Yeah, unless you're looking for the value generator, the board clearer Victor, which is not really what Void's looking for here.
Right, so we saw that the Survival Seals came in to save the Vi. Void opted to not attack. The Scion is already leveled here on turn 7. This is a huge turn if Void does not have one of the 2 Hush in his hand. Because as we see, Void is still stuck with this Calibrum in his hand. And this is why I think it's going to take a players. I said this when Aphelios got changed and the patch notes were released. It's going to take a minute for players to kind of unlearn their Aphelios habits. Old Aphelios, you did not think. You literally played Aphelios, you clicked Crescendo, Calibrum, Gravitum. In that order, 100% of the time. There was never a time where you didn't pick it in that order. So what are players doing now? They say, oh, I get my Aphelios back. Crescendo, Calibrum, Gravitum. That's not necessarily correct now.
Right.
Because
you're absolutely right.
Right. You don't get that big of an advantage. Used to, if you Crescendo out of Boxtopus, you're winning the next 2 turns. Like, you have so much tempo, it's done. You don't have that anymore. So you have to actually think and pick your guns ahead of time and play Aphelios how he was kind of designed and meant to be played, with a lot of thought process and a lot of more skill-intensive version.
Yeah, not to mention we also had old Temple back then, where it was not only did you not have to think, you also really didn't have to pay either. And also, by the way, your Boxtopus is getting even bigger and bigger every turn. It's becoming unkillable, but you know, once Ruben Zoo implements, now that's what I call Runeterra mode, where we get to play the unnerfed versions of all the best decks in Runeterra. We won't be seeing that again.
I hope that they come out with that mode, but don't call it that. I hope they say something like, and we're specifically not calling it now, that's what we call Runeterra. What do they call, like, that's not what we call Runeterra? Like, something kind of similar to yours.
This isn't what we wanted to call Runeterra, but did for a little bit of time, but we changed it, so don't hurt it. So please don't hold it against us. Is the full name of the mode. Okay.
No,
I'll accept either of those 2 things.
But after all of that, Cup of Mine still looks pretty good here. Like, Cup of Mine is still in not, you know, the best scenario ever, but you're pushing a minimum of 9 damage. Like, that's really good. This hand from Void looks like it's full of Star Shapings, Guiding Touch, Pale Cascades. So, if the read is correct and Cubs Mind has the same read, we're thinking of there's the Hush, and then they also have the Star Shaping, the Pale Cascade, stuff like that.
Have to hush your own goat so that it can block through stun. Oh, the sadness.
Yeah, that play looks very sad, but at the same time, you kind of have to, right? Because you don't play removal in this deck. That very clearly tells you he doesn't have things like the Mystic Shot or the Get Excited, so you'd much rather Mystic Shot. So Star Shaping here into turn makes a lot of sense. A bunch of different cards that are just like general value cards that would be good during combat is fine when you're ahead already. When you start to fall behind with these Targon decks, that's where you really see the weakness. And people memed a lot of like, oh, Targon doesn't have weaknesses. They just life gain and create cards and have big cards and all that type of stuff. The weakness is your tempo. If you fall behind, your cards are not that good from behind.
Right. What they really meant was Bandle City was all those things. Because it's they're well-statted units. They generate cards. They also end the game. They gain you life. They get you randomly generated cards. It's everything you wanted more in Bandle City.
Right. People complained about Targon, and then the Riot said, oh, yeah? You want to bitch about Targon? I got you. I got you. And,
all right.
Yeah, and then they gave us Bandle City. So here we're going to see all the save spells come out. We're going to see this. The Zoe should die. It's probably a Pale Cascade and the Hand of Void, but Pale Cascade won't save the Zoe here.
Yep.
So this game is looking really good for Cup is Mine. We have just an insane value. We have burst speed chompers. We have a fearsome attacker to pull to not get blocked by the 2/3. So, wow, the Get Excited is really good. Yep, so we can burst out a 3/2 attacker and a 0/2 challenger unit. Best case here is Void got the like deal 4, deal 1 or something, which
but wasn't even played. So this would like we can burst speed attack for 9, 12, 15 plus the 2 we're 17ing here.
Yep. So I like this
Seems
attack.
okay.
I probably would also just pump out the...
plus another 3. It's actually even more than that. It's just straight up 20.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of damage if Void decides to go that route, but he doesn't. Okay. I'm really curious why. We have the reads of Star Shaping, so very interesting.
I think that this. Let's see. 4, 7 plus 5 is 12. Plus 4 is 16. Plus 3 is 19. Plus the axe is 20. That literally beats Star Shaping.
Yeah, I think if we axe onto your 3/1 and then attack with an additional 3/2, you push an additional 4 damage. That puts him to 1 here. We still beat a single Star Shaping. We don't beat double Star Shaping. Right. But their hand's probably not double Star Shaping. It's probably Star Shaping Pale Cascade.
All right. Well, if it's not Star Shaping, we are going to be getting excited here if your Cup is Mine.
Yep. Yeah, so you always check him for it because there's no reason to give him the extra draws because if they don't have it, they don't have it, and you don't want to give them a draw to find it.
Yeah, they're not going to be less likely to have Star Shaping after a single draw, so fire it off. Sometimes they don't have it, and in that case, Void did not have it. Cup is Mine, taking down game number 1 in our losers bracket finals here.
Yeah, still very interested to know what Cup is Mine's thought process was on not pushing the extra 4 damage there. If there was some type of created card possibly or something that we didn't see, but definitely still close and still worked out for him. The opponent didn't have the Star Shaping, so we're chilling.
Yeah, sometimes they just don't have it. Sometimes they do, and I think that game is still in the favor of Cup is Mine there, but you know, there's a world where you don't play it because you think that the opponent has it, they don't, then they draw it, and all of a sudden maybe you're in a much worse spot. And well, that wasn't what happened here. Now Cup is Mine just needs to win one more, and they will be punching their ticket for another shot. Yes, another shot at Kever. That's right. Yeah, played in the winners finals. Got 2-0'd versus Kever, but like you said, there was actually potentially a different route that he could have gone for in the ban phase, but we'll have to wait and see if that does end up happening. Now, I imagine Cup is Mine probably has the Aphelios Victor left. I don't recall what the bans were.
Yeah, I don't remember either. I think if it is the Lulu Ari, I'd probably chop it up to a 2-0. If it's not, it'll be very close. I think worst case scenario is Cup is Mine loses game 2 and it just has to beat Mono Shurima with some sort of like aggro style deck that he has left over. So it's looking in the favor of Cup is Mine because he's up the 1-0, and I assume Void has the Mono Shurima left over. But as we've seen, Void is amazing player, and he's able to pull these wins out of nowhere. You know, we talk about how I say things like, on average, Mono Shurima isn't going to win that match against Floppy. Guess what? It's a tournament. You don't have to win on average. You don't have to win a lot of times. You have to win once. You win one round. You win one game, and that's all it takes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I was talking about before with the Targon's Peak. Like, I hate the deck, but if I were going into a tournament like Fight Night where I'm very clearly probably the lowest ranked player, lowest skilled player in an event like Fight Night, I'm trying to take these high roll decks where it's like, yeah, my opponent played really well, but also I got to field a rush for free. So try to beat that.
Yeah, I think no, I don't think I will try and beat that. I think I just ban that from you every time. I'd say, you know what? I'm not going to let this happen to me. I'm just going to actually make you play the game.
But then you're going to have to play against my specialty, the Emusives deck, and that's, well, whew, you certainly don't want to be seeing that.
Wow.
Just also, you can't play Quicksand, Mini-Morph, or Hush. Just so
okay. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But
okay.
This board state looks insane. We're already on turn 6. Void just now playing his first champion. Meanwhile, Cup is Mine has had 2 champions in play right now. Yes, Flame Chompers is a champion. 0-mana challenger unit is a champion. In my opinion, that card should have been nerfed 9 months ago.
Yeah, Flame Chompers. It was a card that has it's always been playable and it's always been good. And with the inclusion of these champions that interact well with it, and also the addition of more discard outlets, the card just goes up and up and up in value, because regardless of what the meta is, regardless of what your deck is doing, having a free unit that can just pull a unit aside, even if you're not pumping it up, is just always good in a board centric deck that's looking to kill with your units.
Right, and we see here that Cup is Mine opted to go for the dragon that buffs your entire board +2/+2 over something like the Ari for a more value route. That can really come down to whatever the hand rate is. We obviously haven't been here for most of the game, so don't really have a good reasoning behind, or we can't have a good reason to think what Cup is Mine is thinking. Here we can see if you decide to go for the pump spell on the Flame Chompers to try and trade with the Kindred. This doesn't look bad, but this has Spirit's Refuge written all over it. That's exactly what I was trying to get to. I would have liked to just see you click OK button, and then we can try and Mystic Shot it afterwards. That way, if they do have the Spirit's Refuge, we don't gain the lifesteal off of it. And you still don't lose your unit to the Kindred mark.
Yeah, it is tough to not go for that there, but it is also the type of discipline that you need to, hey, you've got an attack, and yes, it's not ideal, right? Like the Kindred's not dying, but like you have, like, if this, let the combat happen, right? You're already in a position where you can let the combat resolve. It's not too bad. And then afterwards, you use the Mystic Shot. Yeah, maybe you lose an extra unit or take extra damage, but like in that scenario, like your board, you lost some of your board, and also your opponent just gained a life.
Yeah. Here, I don't really like the barrier onto the Lulu. A lot of people think, oh, this barrier onto Lulu stops exactly the Hydrovine from attacking you, and you save 7 HP. I don't think that matters because you have Whimsy in your hand, so Hydrovine can't ever attack you anyways. And one thing that's overlooked a lot of the times is the Help Pix is an immaculate discard target for things like the Sump Dredger. So we saw Weeze there. We kind of tanked, I think it was 2 or 3 mana, and we could have just easily played the Sump Dredger there in order to get a free draw, an extra body, go 1 more wide, and apply even more pressure in a state where we're already ahead in.
Yep. But here, not too shabby of an attack here. We are going to be killing the Kindred. Unfortunately, Lulu is also going to die here unless we want to commit that Whimsy.
Yeah, I like committing Whimsy because you can look at it as one of 2 ways. You either let the Lulu die and replay Lulu and you say, hey, I have a Lulu on the field. Or you can Whimsy the Hydrovine. You still have a Lulu on the field, but now they don't have literally the only threat on the board.
Yeah.
Because without this Hydrovine, Void's board is horrendous. He's not going to have any more mist. He's not going to have good blockers. The only reason he has this many blockers is because he makes a burst speed blocker with that Hydrovine, right? So we have the Deny backup. We have the Whimsy.
Ooh.
If Void does have another save spell, he has to choose between which one to save. Void doesn't have a save spell, and this game is looking more and more like a quick 2-0.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and this is sort of the other side of the Kindred Viego deck that we actually have not seen a lot of from Void, because Void has played it so well and has gotten the sort of favorable side of the deck so many times and put himself in a position to utilize it so well. But like, sometimes the spells don't line up and you get outvalued, and then you know, you just have some remnants, right? Like the minion. I mean, obviously with the minion out, you have the ability of the minion OTK, but I don't know if Void is going to be able to pull it off in this game.
I think it might be a turn or two too late to go for the minion OTK. He hasn't had the proper setup for it. So because of that, you won't be able to get the minion OTK in any relevant time span. One thing that's really relevant, though, is the sign-in was bounced to the hand with Ahri, and this was something we covered in the very first round. Of the reason I love Ahri Lulu, and Cup is mine, I said if he brings this deck, he's going very far in this tournament, because Ahri allows you to not just outvalue your opponent, like you said. The reason Void is so far behind is because he got outvalued in the early game. But you continue that outvaluedness all the way up until the very end of the game, where you're bouncing sign-in, you're rebuffing your team, you're drawing another 2 cards. You get to a point to where you just have a full grip of cards. Look at the hand difference. Cup is Mine has 4 times the amount of cards as Void, and he's still killing Void's board. Like, we have the minions here for infinite blockers, potential minion OTK in a couple turns, but until that happens, what do we have here? We have him, we have Cup is Mine just completely annihilating Void's board over and over again.
Yeah, the Hydrovine can make I guess, one favorable trade, but guess what? There's another Whimsy that can stop it. So, like, you know, we're chump blocking, we're getting a trade onto the Pix, which is, oh, by the way, a 0 attack unit. Don't even really care.
Yeah,
Sign
0-1,
in,
by
saved.
the way, or 0-2.
Yeah, 0-2. Ahri is going to be saved with the Whimsy. Yes, we lose a Sump Dredger, but that is basically irrelevant.
Yep, and even with this, we have the without the Whimsy, we had the Get Excited to make that trade happen anyways.
Yep, this is fine. Cup is Mine learned their lesson from last time. Says, oh, this combat is favorable. No need to get fancy during the combat step. Let's let that resolve. We can now Mystic Shot the Squirrel here. Even if there's something like a Deny or something to save this Hydrovine here, who cares?
Right? We have the other Get Excited, so...
Yeah, A, we have an answer. B, that's your whole hand. Your hand is now gone. You're off the top, and, like, third Hydrovine has to be the best thing here, and I don't think Cup is Mine cares even a little bit about that.
Right, third Hydrovine is your only out to stay in this game, and that stays you in the game for an extra 30 seconds until the turn passes over to Cup is Mine. Because here, again, I would really like to see Cup is Mine use this Sump Dredger discard the Pix more often than using it as a barrier, but I completely understand if your only loss out here is get hit by Viego into Atrocity, then that makes, you know, perfect sense to go ahead and play around it, no reason not to. We don't see an Atrocity in Void's deck list anyway, so it is pretty impossible for Cup Is Mine to find a way to lose this game, though I would be thoroughly impressed if he did.
I think the only way we're losing here has to involve some sort of disconnect. Also, another Whimsy.
Third Whimsy. A fourth Lulu is drawn.
This is
if that was a third Hydrovine off the top, how tilted would you be if your opponent had the third Whimsy to counter your third Hydrovine?
I would just be upset that I think it was the people who were hardest advocating for Whimsy when it first came out were Nick Makes Plays and Morpidorp, so that maybe they would come out of the woodwork and say, oh, Whimsy was good all along, and that would be
Whimsy is good. Whimsy is one of those cards where it's good when you don't have to put it in your deck.
Yeah.
All right, and there you go.
Good is a strong word.
Yeah, true. It is good in certain scenarios when you don't have to put it in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. But Cup Is Mine is going to take it down and make it back into, or make it into the grand finals on the loser side to get a rematch against Kever here.
Yeah, this is exciting. I really want to see this matchup. I think they played some of the best LOR we've seen tonight alongside the Cup Is Mine Floppy Mudkip game. The Kevor versus Cup Is Mine match was also really good. Went to game 3. It didn't go to game 3. Went 2-0. But
it was just very long because it's the control decks.
Right, because they were very lame decks on one side of the matchup, not biased or anything. But can't wait to see how. Okay, I can't wait to see if, but hopefully how Cup Is Mine decides to change their strategy to counter Kevor, as well as if Kevor decides to adapt or say, you know what, Y-Fix was not broke. If I 2-0'd the first time, I'm going to do the same ban strategy, do the same thing, and just try and 2-0 again. Because at the end of the day, Kevor just needs one match win, whereas Cup needs 2 match wins. So he not only needs to change it up for game 1 to find a win, but he now has to find either a new adaptable strategy for set 3 to counter what could be Kevor's adaptable strategy, or figure out just which strategy was the most optimal.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mo. And we're gonna jump to break in just a second here, but I gotta call out chat because we had some folks asking. People ask this all the time, and I just want to explain it. People ask about the minion OTK, and they ask if it's real or is it just a meme. I mean, obviously it's real, and I'm gonna explain to you how to do it. And then you have to, by the time that you're able, and that's the minion OTK for you in a nutshell. But maybe we'll be able to see it a little bit after a quick break, because we're going into the grand finals, Kever versus Cup Is Mine, when we return. Welcome back, Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends. I am still Blevins, that is still Mo, and we are still here in the grand finals. Mo, we made it here. Let's take a look at the journey we took to get here on the bracket.
Yeah, we started off with a bunch of very predictable first bracket where it was Floppy took 2-0, Cup took 2-1, Void 1, Kever 1. The top four after that has been kind of projected where a lot of the good top players that we predicted to be in the top four made it there. How they got there is a little bit surprising. We saw Cup is Mine overtake the King and Floppy Mudkip, the Fight Night King. We saw him get sent to the loser brackets early, as well as Void. And then they finally had to meet in that loser semifinals, where Void finally took down Floppy Mudkip after losing to him last week. And unfortunately was not able to make it back to the grand finals, though.
Yeah, but we have not a newcomer to Fight Night, but definitely a top player in LoR. Tends to take some breaks here or there, but is back in top form here. That's Kever, of course, playing what you call the boring lineup. I tend to agree with that, but is certainly the triple control, the inverse of the violent path that one of my has taken from time to time. But it's Cup is Mine going up against him. Oh, we've got a Canada v Canada finals. I don't know if that's ever happened in the finals of Fight Night.
Yeah, I don't think Canadians are usually good enough to make it to the finals.
Wow.
So I don't know if this has ever happened before.
I mean, I definitely don't agree with the first part of that, but I also don't know if it has ever happened. Maybe it has. I'm not sure. This is the first time I've noticed it for sure. So, I mean, we definitely had many Canadian winners and many Canadian finalists. I don't know if we've had two in the finals at the same time, but we do here. We're jumping in. Kever on the bottom, Cup is Mine on the top. Looks like the ban strategy may have been the same, Mo, because this looks like Feel the Rush again on the side of Kever.
Oh, I'm not a fan. I really, really wanted to see Cup is Mine switch things up. I think his best option of winning, especially since he has to win 2 matches anyways, you kind of throw a Hail Mary and you say, hey, I'm going to try something crazy because obviously my strategy last time didn't work. I got swiftly 2-0'd. So what can I do differently? With Kever, you can just run it back, right? You're just like, oh, I only have to win 1. So if everything goes as according to plan, I 2-0'd him last time, I'll 2-0 him again. Cup is Mine, you can't do that. We have the exact same bans. We have the exact same play pattern as before with opening decks. And this isn't really, what you want to see when you are the person that lost the match previously.
Yeah. I mean, I tend to agree with that, but I guess if you have a plan going into it and you're relatively confident in the plan, if it is a plan and not just a guess, I'm fine with sticking with it. If you think that it's the best way to go, you came up with that strategy for a reason, and I like sticking with it. But Kever here, it seems like it would be pretty obvious to play the Avaros and Sentry there to block the GOAT, but Kever is thinking, okay, if I play the Sentry here, that means I'm not going to be able to Catalyst next turn, which, potentially throws off the ramp math, but ends up deciding that it is worth it to do.
Yeah, so we do have this Avalanche is probably what Kever was thinking. Kever was thinking, oh, the only way I lose is if I randomly just get swarmed out here by Cup is Mine opening with something of, pretty close to resembling this exact hand of a bunch of 1-drops, some more 2-2s, stuff like that, because overall, Avalanche is not that great into this deck. Most of your threats are going to be Victor, which is a 3-4, Aphelios, which is a 3-3. Any big unit you invoke is going to be much larger than an Avalanche. So Avalanche, not too good overall. So you're really just looking to use it on those turns 1 through 3. The fact that we didn't pop it off last turn was pretty surprising, but it's going to get a lot of value here. You're going to see him use it here to clear out the board more than likely. If not this turn, then next turn to go ahead and get rid of this, because I don't see an Avalanche ever getting more value than getting 3 units for 1.
Absolutely. I think the the thought for Kever here was, what happens if my opponent passes here? They eat a pretty sizable chunk of mana. You're not able to Catalyst again on curve, and that kind of delays your Catalyst by 2 turns at that point.
Right.
But Kever, takes the gambit of, thinking that the opponent is probably not going to pass here, as it's a pretty decent attack. It ends up paying off, gets the Catalyst, gets to get that 3-for-1 Avalanche, and is relatively healthy after all said and done.
Yeah, relatively healthy. This hand from Kever, while it looks really clunky with the triple Field Rush, is actually perfectly fine. Cup His Mind's deck is not putting out any sort of threats.
Choppers.
Gets a Flame Choppers off Crescendum. This shows you how the difference between the high rolls and the low rolls in Crescendum is nowadays. Like, it really should not be one of the most sought after cards at the moment.
Yeah.
But all in all, Kever is perfectly fine here sitting on these Vengeances. He basically just says, okay, show me your Victor for me to Vengeance, or is this Aphelios really your biggest threat? Then I can Vengeance it. Until then, I'm just going to wait 2 turns, play a Field Rush. Save some mana, play a Field Rush. Do something else, a next turn later, play a Field Rush. And Kever is just going to play too many threats for Cup to actually deal with.
Yeah, we're going to need, like, multiple double obliterates to stop it. And, like, even if Cup His Mind draws the cards that can generate those, and then gets those, you need multiple, and it's just so unlikely that it might not even be possible, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know if there's even, I mean, I guess there's probably enough Solari Priestesses, but I don't know if it would line up in time regardless.
Right, you don't have enough actions for it.
Yeah, you don't have enough actions. At the very least, you're going to be taking a big crack to the face when that happens. Right,
and all Kever needs to do is hold 3 spell mana this turn. He sees his opponent's not doing anything crazy. He can just pass. If there's a Victor played, he gets Vengeance. If there's not a Victor being played, then you're not too worried about things.
Yep. Now, okay, we can't possibly generate double the 9-drop ones off of Solari Priestess. That's right. It can only get Comet. So that's likely what Kever's thinking here. Is, worst case scenario is a Comet would come out and kill half of the Field Rush.
Yeah.
But even that's you're still fine with that.
Yeah, and I like this play a lot because if your opponent doesn't play the champion he gets here, you have an insane protection against the open attack. If your opponent did play the 3-mana Victor that we saw there, it gets Vengeance, and because of the Vengeance buff a couple months ago, Kever still would have had enough mana for this Field Rush.
Yeah, I really do like the delay here from Cup His Mind, because now Cup His Mind doesn't play the Victor on that last turn, which means Kever has to eat a bunch of mana, right? And now, using all of his mana on the Field Rush here, while obviously very powerful, the Victor is now going to live rather, and now a Comet can come out and kill this Tryndamere.
Yep, and so this is a really good way to prevent yourself from dying. I actually would have preferred to see the Comet out on the Trundle, because the Trundle is going to be more of a threat than Tryndamere. Tryndamere at most is just a 10-10 overwhelm unit. Whereas with Trundle, as soon as next turn and they play the Pillar, the Trundle automatically turns into an 11 power overwhelm unit that just grows. So I think that's a little bit of a miscalculation. Right, at minimum. So I think that's a little bit of a miscalculation on Cup His Mind's side. All in all, if he finds a way to survive a turn and Kever doesn't find the Atrocity, this game is fairly winnable.
Yeah, I wonder if the consideration is just, okay, if you're all in on Trundle here, you have the Thermo Beam technically that could kill the Trundle. Granted, that's kind of risky. It's actually very risky.
Right.
Considering the
3 sisters.
Yeah, 3 sisters. And also that's all of your mana, and your opponent would still have 10. So probably not the best thing here, but there is the Hush. But yeah, I mean, Hush is probably better used on Tryndamere anyway, so I think I agree with you.
Yeah, because at least Hush on a Tryndamere still knocks him down to 4 HP, whereas a Hush on Trundle knocks him down to like, I think it's 6 or 7 after leveled. So
yeah, it's 7. Yeah,
it's still quite scary. The difference is Hush keeps your Victor alive, whereas actually it doesn't because of the level Trundle. So it doesn't even keep the Victor alive here.
I mean, it would keep the Victor alive, right? Because it would go, Trundle would go down to a 5/7, but we know the Three Sisters is here that I think will likely get cashed.
Okay,
or just the Vengeance, sure.
Right, he doesn't want to have to play around the Sunblessed Vigor or anything like that, because Sunblessed Vigor would blow out the Three Sisters play for sure.
Yeah, you want to be casting it anyway, so. Or you want to be you're fine casting Vengeance on Victor anyway.
Right. So this was really well played as far as getting rid of the Victor. However, again, we've seen this line all day, and something that a lot of players can maybe learn from in the VOD review. Cup is Mine is not playing to win. Cup is Mine is playing to remove the threats and not die. He doesn't have a way to actually end the game soon. If Kevor has any other threat here, you're not looking too good, right? If they have some sort of frostbite, if they have a way to kill off the ferret, the elusive ferret, then you're not looking too good.
Oh, but here, so okay, I think Cup is Mine is what Cup is Mine is doing here is hoping that Kevor plays a Feel the Rush because
Feel the Rush, right?
Yeah, because then we go exactly this. We go Cat plus Trickster is 8.
Yep, and then the Mystic Shot would have been
9/10. Yeah, but now Kevor has mana for, I mean, multiple spells here. I mean, we can freeze, we can gain life, we can gain life in 2 different ways.
Yeah, and this was really well played by Kevor. We saw him earlier in that Go Hard matchup versus Cup is Mine. He didn't take necessarily the safest line. Of course, he still took a very good line, and it wasn't, wrong because he ended up winning. But there was a time where he could have died to random burn damage. Here, we see him take the much safer line, saying, hey, I don't want to die to this random burn damage, so I'm okay with just playing a Trundle instead of slamming down this really big Field of Rush, because now I have mana for the Withering Wail and the Frostbite, so I am taking, like, I could take literally 0 damage this turn if he decides to.
Yeah, I have to imagine... Yeah, just passing here. No real benefit to pre-committing anything. You still have Feel the Rush next turn. Like, you still, over the course of 2 turns, you still have this access to the same number of Feel the Rushes. Like, you either play one this turn or you can play it next turn if you want. I guess over the course of 4 turns, you would have access to 1 fewer Feel the Rush. But I don't think Kevor really cares about that, especially considering that the second Feel the Rush in hand is not going to be full value because this Trundle's already in play.
All right, and I like the Frostbite here over something like the Withering Wail or a way to gain life, because Frostbite effectively only gains you HP if it's on a turn where they're attacking you, whereas the Withering Wail and the Catalyst can just gain you HP whenever you cast them.
Yep, absolutely. You definitely want to be able to, like, the amount of life that Frostbite can gain varies depending on what's attacking, and cashing in the 5 life gain, it's pretty good. Take that.
Yeah, we do take 3 mana gain 5. People thought Star Shaping was nuts at 5 mana gain 5. Wait until they learn about 3 mana gain 5. Yeah, and we're just going to ignore the part that, Star Shaping also gives you a win condition. But the gain life
only sometimes gives you a win condition. You have to pick the win condition for it to give you one.
I see. So, yeah, so we're extremely sad here. Wow, that Sunburst pickup was absolutely... No, Cup is Mine. He had the Sunburst disc, right? Oh, he drew it off of the dog. Never mind. I guess it was a little bit delayed there. Right, yeah, okay. So, not as crazy of a draw as we as thought of, but the crazy thing is... Oh, an open attack. Cup is Mine really doesn't want to die to double Get Excited. And I love that. Sorry, Kevor doesn't want to die to that.
Right.
So, he's really trying to decide, does Cup His Mind have the burn damage? Or is he just bluffing? Kever goes, I can put you lethal this turn, you are dead, 100% dead. Or do I do the safe play?
Wow. And it looks like Kever says you do not have 2 get exciteds. And yeah, this will certainly end it, right? I mean, there's
well, so now he doesn't have lethal. If Cup His Mind decides to play Sunburst plus Mystic Shot, he can live with 3 HP. Right? Oh no, because the Trundle is leveled. Right.
Yeah,
so this is most certain.
We're getting 20 power extra on top of this Trundle that's already in play.
Right. Well, right, the 20 power wasn't the problem. It was the fact that the new Trundle he got is not going to be a 10-10. It's going to be a 13-14.
Yeah.
So that's 24, and Cup can only block 23. So
yeah.
Well, we have Pale Cascades actually. We might still be able to live randomly.
Well, we also get to
because
pull,
we have to play this, right?
We also get to pull to the side the biggest block, so they're really only able to block what 3 plus a Pale Cascade would be 4, and also these need to get used so the Pale Cascade can't even come out.
Right, the Pale Cascade, he doesn't have mana for it, but even if he did, he was still 1 HP off of lethal because he can only block 24 and Kever hits you for 24.
Yep. All right,
so
looks like
good,
this.
Yeah, good call by Kever to go ahead and go for the lethal as long as he pulls correctly. Not being afraid of anything, not being afraid of the double get excited was a very good call.
Yeah, I don't remember if we had seen a get excited earlier or not, so it's possible that there was even a lower chance that there was 2 left, but either way, that's going to be Kever taking game number 1 in the grand finals. And remember, folks, Kever came in from the winner's side, so he needs to win 1 more game in this best of 3, and if he does, that's it. It's over. We have a new Fight Night champion in Kever. If Cup His Mind is able to win the next 2 games, he'll win that match. It'll force a bracket reset, and we'll be going into a final best of 3 where the winner of that will be our champion.
Yeah, just another just very clear win for Field Rush, even though that did look kind of close. You're like, oh, he was at 6, could have died to burn, could have died to this.
Yeah.
That still wasn't very close. If you think about the fact that Kevor played, I think, a total of 10 cards to all of the cards that Cup His Mind played, Kevor was very much in control for a good majority of that game. And basically, the game was only lost if Kevor decided to mess up. So as long as he played tight, it was good. And that's one of the reasons why I would have liked to see the Field Rush ban. But now we're doing a run back of the PNZ, the Victor, Aphelios, Zoe deck against this Gohar deck, and I'm really hoping to see Cup His Mind play the game a little bit differently, be more aggressive than he did previously, force Kevor to be more proactive, and don't let the game go to that turn 15 or 20 where Kevor does end up having not just pack your bags in his hand, but pack your bags, go hard, go hard, go hard.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is like Thanos. It is inevitable for Kever. Like, the game, given enough time, given literally an infinite amount of time, Kever will always win, right? Like, you can cycle through, you can keep putting an infinite number of pack your bags in the deck. You can also keep Ledros in play forever. Like, it will win given enough time, right? Cup His Mind needs to find their time, right? They need to find what we traditionally call the timing attacks, where there's these points in the game where Kever's maybe strapped on mana, maybe not at full power. If Cup His Mind is able to generate some incremental advantage over a few turns and then push that into something insurmountable where Kever has to rely on multiple expensive cards to come back, that's how you're going to win here as Cup His Mind. You're not going to win by outvaluing the deck that plays the catalog that's just generating extra kill spells every single turn and extra draw spells.
Yeah, I definitely believe Cup His Mind has a more aggressive hand. Kever has a much worse hand than he did last time. You see, he has the catalog, but there's no Go Hards, no Whale, anything like that. Cup His Mind did not have that read. Obviously, we have Caster Vision, So we can see there is no Go Hard in Kevor's hand, but Cup is Mine, the reason he opted for that open attack is because he did not want to let Kevor have a chance to either have the Go Hard in their hand or top deck the Go Hard. Now you activate your Maru Sentinels, or what are these? Demacia Sentinels?
Yeah, Burgeoning Sentinel.
Oh, Burgeoning Sentinel. You don't want to activate
Actually, I don't know why I said that with such confidence. I have no idea if that's what it's called.
Yeah, it sounds very good. It sounds better than Demacia Sentinel, so we'll go with that. So he didn't want Kevor to be able to activate those, level these guys up, make them 1-mana 3/3s, and be able to, deal with these Aphelios. Instead, Cup is Mine opted to just go for a little bit slower of an approach. Say, I'll attack you for 2. If you want to trade your potential 3/3 Fearsome for my 2/1, that's really good for me, which, he would be correct in assuming that. And he can always just get value from the Aphelios later on.
Absolutely. And I did check. It is actually called Burgeoning Sentinel. I'm surprised I knew the name of that card.
You are so smart, Blev. I know, none of the card names. I don't bother remembering the name. I just give descriptions. I just say, oh, this is, Elusive Ferret is one of them. Just, Cat and Demacia Angel and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm the same way, but I also really should know the names of the cards. That's the difference. You don't need to know them. I probably should.
Yeah, I just have to know what they do. You have to not only know what they do, but tell the 350 people watching what the names of the card is.
I have to tell the people what we've seen
today. You have to tell the people.
Oh, this is interesting. Now, Kevor can glimpse his own zap here to kill the Aphelios, and well, I mean, that was the plan. That's why you're attacking with the Buru Sentinel. So, I mean, you kind of have to do it.
Yeah, you kind of saw on Kevor's face what everybody was thinking. Huh? You have the Calibrum in your hand.
Right.
Honestly, but some people just don't like winning. That's what some decisions boil down to in reality.
Yeah.
But maybe it just slipped Cup is Mine's head. Maybe he thought, oh, there's no way for him to kill anything at fast speed because, you can't Withering Wail me or you can't Vile Feast anything.
Hards.
But
yeah,
kind of just forgot that Glimpse worked that way.
Yeah, I honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I was playing the Sentinels recently, I would not have just naturally known that it procs off of killing your own units, because it seems like it probably shouldn't, but it does.
Yeah, it definitely does. And there are some people that kind of figure that out on their own, and it's just unfortunate when that on your own time happens to be in a grand finals of a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and it certainly is. I mean, it is certainly a big moment here because we are now, I called it the remnants of the deck. There's just little bits and pieces here on the side of Cup is Mine. Nothing super strong. And not really anything too threatening. Now, if all of the units were in play and you went super wide, maybe that's okay. But then you're at the mercy of something like, double Withering Wail or even single Withering Wail in conjunction with a block and another kill spell. This is just not super great on the side of Cup is Mine. Although, Ballistic Bot does a pretty good job of keeping the board under control.
Yeah, Ballistic Bot is a really good anti-control tool because its big butt has 3 HP, is typically hard to deal with, especially in a deck for Kevor where they usually just do 1 damage at a time, and it is usually single target damage. It's not like you have Avalanche plus Withering Wail like SI Freljord has. Typically it's just Go Hard can hit exactly 1 Ballistic Bot, and you can just wither down 1 Ballistic Bot at a time. And Ballistic Bots do get, damage over time. They do start pinging you 2 to 3 damage a turn, depending on how many you have. And it just comes down to, can he make his units big enough and wide enough and to get around what is inevitably going to be pack your bags and more units and Withering Wail. So this looks not very good for Cup is Mine. I think that Aphelios play was really it put him at a really big disadvantage. If he kept Aphelios, he would look really, really good. Right now, he doesn't look bad, but he just doesn't look as commanding. It looks like at any point Kevor could draw well and beat Cup is Mine. Like, we see here, we kill this unit. We have a bunch of, units here to attack with. Kevor has to play Buru Sentinel to have good blocker against the second Ballistic Bot. And then after all that, Cup is Mine deals 4 damage, clears the board, clears a TF. This doesn't look too bad for Cup is Mine, just doesn't look nearly as good as it could be.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if there was also an Aphelios generating more moon weapons this entire time, like, it would obviously be significantly better here, but...
So would look great. This was probably the best thing that could have happened for Cup, is that Kevor decided to play a unit here, because we can easily just remove it with something like a Thermogen, or we could play our own unit to, again, just maintain tempo, make our 5/4 too big, so that way you can't actually kill it. And yeah, this is just a case of putting Kevor down to 7. You don't have much more threats after this if your Cup is Mine, and Kevor is starting to get to that point to where he's just going to start going, hey, here's a Go Hard, here's a Catalog, here's a Withering Whale, you know, deal with it.
Yeah, we might even be able to set up Gangplank into Withering Whale to do 2 to everything. I mean, that's a potentially devastating play. Even just Gangplank into Go Hard to gain 2 is pretty good. Piercing Darkness, another card that can really swing, potentially.
Yeah, Kevor's goal right now is essentially remove Cup's board while get your life total back. You don't want to die to get excited. And that's what Kevor was thinking right there. Right there, we saw a big sigh of relief because he didn't get double get excited. He basically just said, if you have it, I am dead, and I understand that. Cup doesn't have the burn, and because of that, this looks very not good for Cup.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we see...
Wait a minute. You don't have fast speed spells, Kevor, do you?
We're gonna get
a Withering Whale?
Withering Whale off the top for next turn.
He gets hit for 7. If Cup is Mine draws a Pale Cascade... That's 9, 10. That's 10 damage. That puts him at 1. He's dead to any burn spell if we draw a Pale Cascade. But I guess if you draw a Pale Cascade, you're not... Well, yeah, you could go like Hush Pale Cascade. This is very close.
That catalog of regrets might be describing that play itself here for Kevor as, this Blighted Mystic certainly... throws off Kevor's math.
Right, and here's the problem Kevor was thinking about now. If he Go Hards, and Cup is Mine does have something like a Pale Cascade or a... we know he plays a Sunblessed Vigor, right? Then all of a sudden, it's not guaranteed you even get a Withering Whale back in your hand.
Right. Yeah, now... luckily for Kevor, is not dead.
Right, so Cup is Mine did not draw to his out, but Kevor definitely gave him an out. Kevor found his lose condition and gave it to Cup is Mine, but the draws did not line up there. And unfortunately for Cup, I think his run is looking grimmer and grimmer.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so if we look at it technically, there's 2, 4, 6 cards in Cup is Mine's hand. If Kevor never plays a unit, there are 0 cards in Cup is Mine's hand right now. Like, it's all removal, and Kevor literally doesn't need to play another unit to win this game.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Again, I think Cup kind of played these matchups different, and I think his deck building was not for this matchup at all. Like, he didn't really build for control. That's why we see like all these sunbursts in here. We got the Meteor Showers, kind of like a low roll. I think the first time around could have been played differently, but all in all, I think Kevor found ways to sit here and outgrind his opponent, draw a tad bit well towards the end here, but overall, he played really slow and played really well throughout all of the series.
Well, here's the thing: Cup is Mine did not tailor this lineup for Kevor's. But here's the thing: Cup is Mine won every other match that he played except against Kevor. So I think you're probably fine with that. If you're only losing to the person who is, in this case, going to get first in the event, I think you're probably okay with that result.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where it's like, I built to counter everyone but this one guy. This one guy built to counter like a majority of the other people. So your deck did its job. You can't really be upset with your performance. You beat exactly what you wanted to. You beat exactly what you expected to hit, and you have like bad matchups exist. You're going to lose to some matchups. You're going to lose to some lineups.
Right.
You just have to accept that, and if your deck does what it did, what it's supposed to do, then you call that a win.
Absolutely. And again, like if you can queue up a lineup for Fight Night and guarantee a second place, I feel like you got to be okay with that, right? I mean, you get invited back to the next Fight Night, you win some prize money, you get a shot next week. I think you got to be okay with that.
Yeah, I think Cup did find this star shaping, which is really great. Could try and find some sort of win condition, but at this point in the game, it's just going to be too slow. You're just going to get pack your bags into a vengeance, and your cards are just going to get removed. You just kind of have to hope to find more threats than Kever finds removal spells for. Kever can always just pass here and just say, okay, I'm not getting threatened on an open attack. We go to my turn, and we can just play this passing game back and forth.
Yep. Top of his mind, potentially looking to counter this glimpse here. Oh, says no.
I think I would have attempted to, because your hand is not getting much better than double star shaping.
Right.
And you... like, playing this 8-4 is very optimistic. You're very much saying, like, okay, you have to have exactly not vengeance, or I think that's about it. I think if Kevor doesn't have the vengeance here, there's nothing that really stops this 8-4 from coming through. So Cubs might try the first time, didn't work. We have star shaping number 2 to try again for a second time, and we'll see if it can get there.
Yeah, and here's the other kicker is, well, there's a free vengeance, which means Cubs Mind probably not going to be wanting to develop here. Also, there's very likely still a pack your bags in the hand of Kever. We've seen Kever really value just have that one pack your bags and just keep the looming threat there. No need to commit it early. No need to just take your 5 damage.
Yep, and this pickup is huge for Cup. The Phoenix is insane. And just like that, he found his way back into this game, and I actually am tempted to say he found a really good chance of winning thanks to this Immortal Fire not being able to die. Kever's going to gain 5 life, I believe, from the Drain 5 card. And so that puts him to 11. If this bird hits for more than 11, or hits for
Zap
10,
can block.
Lethal.
Zap can block.
Oh, Zap can block. Oh, that was...
Zap can block, which means we need extra actions.
Well, we have the Hush, right? So we can just go, like, play bird, Hush, attack.
Okay.
But yeah, that, if we didn't play the Time Winder there, we could have Time Windered Zap, for sure. So it really comes down to, is this bird going to hit Cup for 10? Because the Time Winder can be 11, and it's just going to be extremely close. But yeah, I think that time, yeah, it was very premature to try and kill the units, like killing the TF and killing other things, when you could have waited to try to kill the Zap Spray Fin.
Wow, and Cup is Mine is going for a pass here.
Right, so this pass is basically just saying, hey, I know you have fleeting cards, so play some of them. Like, show me you don't have, like, more vengeance. Show me you don't have, like, this, that, the other. He's trying to get Kevor to kind of spin some of his mana, maybe give Kevor the chance to slip up again. I don't think that'll work a second pass. I think Kevor takes it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is Kevor has, like, 1 billion cards in hand, so who cares if you throw away a couple of them?
Yeah, I think the problem is if you play too many, you give Cup the chance to play this bird. And right now, the bird is the only way you're winning. So there's no reason to give Kevor a chance to do that. Or there's no reason for Kevor to give Cup his mind the chance to play the bird and actually attack me.
Exactly.
So, the second pass was really sus. I'm not a huge fan of that one. The first pass was, like, fine. I still
yeah.
It was okay. It wasn't great. I don't think
I
most
like
players
okay.
would have done it.
I'll give you okay.
Yeah, I don't think most players would have done it. I don't think it was optimal, but I understand why he did it. I think any pass after that is kind of trolling, and your best odds are, like we said earlier, they're not going to have lower odds of drawing into the spells later on. You're just giving them more time to draw, especially now you're giving them time to draw into more like Betty Crocers and stuff.
Yep. So you finally came back around on Betty Croker. It's just the name of the card. I'm sorry. I don't make these things up. Actually, I literally did. But regardless here, Cup is Mine certainly in a less than enviable position here. Going to Calibrum the Zap, so that means Kever not going to have the blocker for the Phoenix.
Yeah, and I think I expect him to play out the Ferret here, right? And this is just very... I'm not quite sure what Cup's plan is on why it's taking him so long to play these cards. Because all that we've seen happen so far is he's drawn 3 more Go Hards. He's drawn, like, this box, which could be detrimental. He's drawn so many cards that could just be an issue. So let's see, is this a 10? It is 10.
It is 10.
Which is enough. So that's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8. He can gain 8 life and go to 15. He gets hit for... Not 15. He can hit for 14 with a Pale Cascade.
Okay. Pale Cascade, but are we...
He'd have to chain. He'd have to draw another Pale Cascade. Because Withering Wail puts him up to 15, and we can only hit for 14. And because we got rid of the Time Winder earlier, we can't push the final point of damage.
Wow. Which means we're looking at Get Excited off the top or Mystic Shot?
Right, because he goes to 3 off of the... I assume Kevor just goes for a double Go Hard here. Goes to 3 HP. And it has to be exactly...
Get Excited.
Right, exactly Get Excited. And Kevor has to not get the...
Withering Wail
off of Catalog.
Yeah.
So a lot of this comes down to Cup's Mind just not being patient enough with his removal spells. Like, we saw him use a removal spell on for like little to no reason on the TF, and then now he had to find another way to deal with that. We saw him get rid of the Time Winder, and now he was 1 damage off lethal.
Yep. Oh, and we see the preview on Cup's Mind's hand. It's Ballistic Bot. It's not enough.
Yeah.
This attack going to come through. A block is not going to prevent 1, which is all that needs to be done with this pack your bags. And Cup's Mind is going to be packing their bags, and Kever is going to be punching his ticket as a Fight Night champion.
Yeah, very well played by Kever all night. I think there is like very few turns where he played suboptimally, so that's great. I think he really whittled down his opponent's patience. We saw with Void, then we saw with Cup. Both of those players, very good. However, they just don't have the fortitude that Kever has. Kever says, I'm down to go to turn 15 every single game. And if we do that, I will come out victorious. And we saw Cup get... We saw Void get impatient, throw away his cards, died to pack your packs. We see Cup here, impatient, throw away Time Winder, misses lethal. So it really is just a game of mental fortitude with a lot of these control decks. I think this was a good matchup for Kevor. On top of, I think, maybe the matches themselves weren't set up to be played the best. So, very, very good LOR overall.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so tough. I mean, think about how many... Like, the thing is people don't like playing control on ladder because it is so slow, right? Yeah, you can have a high win percentage, but if it takes you 40 minutes to get your win where you could have just played 5 aggro games, like, who cares? Like, you know? But Kever, you know, making it through, lost a single game
Right.
Lost one game versus Void the entire day. Almost gets the full sweep 2-0 in almost every match here. Played, like you said, masterfully here. And like you said, like these end game scenarios are not common for people because they're not playing this matchup a lot, right? You're not playing the, oh, what does turn 37 versus Go Hard with a catalog out look like when I only have 2 star shapings as my win con? What's the lethal puzzle there? I don't know, and I never will know.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of not matchup knowledge. Like I said, the first time I saw Cup is Mine play against the Go Hard, they very much did not play aggressive enough. I think that's something that if people continue to play these control decks, which I don't think control is very good at the moment, I think that's probably why people aren't as familiar or as like polished up on that matchup. But if people do continue to bring control, surely other people will figure out ways to beat it, like playing more aggressive, more correct ban strategies, stuff of that nature.
Right. Yeah, but someone was brave enough to bring control to Fight Night, and that was our winner, Kever, who we have here for Lil Winner's interview. Kever, what's up, buddy?
Hey, not much. Just winning Fight Night, you know, the usual, making sure Floppy doesn't get to break all the records.
Well, you're making a run for yourself here. What, this is number 2 or 3, maybe? I don't know. It's at least 2. I know for a fact. Yeah.
Not sure.
We'll have to ask Santupe. He normally knows. But walk us through the thought process coming into this Fight Night, going with the very heavy control lineup here. What were you? Yeah, Mo calls it boring, but what was your thought process in picking this lineup?
Sure. Basically, I was expecting lots of Yordle in Harms and Victor decks, and I realized that I don't want to be playing against things like Mono Shurimas and Tree. But it felt like a bit risky to bring this weekend, and fortunately enough, there was only one guy on Mono Shurimas, nobody on Tree. It kind of made sense, and I was happy into anything that was including Victor, Aphelios with those kind of control deck. Like, I'm happy playing the grindy games against those decks because they don't have the trump card in the late game. I have the FTR, the Atrocity, you know, things like that. And the Vengeance for the Victor. Vengeance is an amazing card against Victor, so I'm running 9 Vengeances across the board. And the rest of the thought process was basically just me hitting up What Am I and telling him, I'm thinking about bringing triple control, and him telling me, oh, this is triple control, there you go, sir. And me just maybe changing 1 or 2 things, and that's basically it. Not much more than that, but I was not expecting to be punished by Tree and Mono Shurima's lineup. At worst case, I was maybe 1 Mono Shurima, which was the case, but not too bad.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that you lived Mo's actual nightmare, which is asking what am I about a triple control lineup.
Yeah. I played against a Mo lineup in round 1, and it did not go well for my opponent.
Yeah, I think control is in a really funny spot right now where a lot of people, some people will say like, oh, control is really bad. I think that's most of people's input right now is control is in a not good spot. Some people think like, oh, control is like good, people just don't know how to play it correctly. What is your overall thought process on control, seeing as how you just won with control? Do you think it's in a good spot? Do you think maybe you just kind of got lucky with matchups in a longer tournament, like maybe not a Fight Night tournament, but in like an open? Would you be considering bringing triple control, or the odds of you hitting unfavorable matchups like the Scouts, the Rally decks, the Trees, the Shurimas just too high?
I'd still consider it, but in a bigger field, it's definitely more risky. I don't think those are like ladders ready deck. I wouldn't advise to play those kind of deck on ladder unless like those are your types of deck and you want to have fun with it. But it was definitely more of a closed field kind of thing. I think it can be still strong because arguably Yordle and Harms, PNZ, should still be the top deck. We just don't see that on the ladder, and people are still playing like all of the new cards and everything like that. And people that are basing their lineup on Yordle and Harms or Yordle and Harm being popular, it's all good things for bringing triple control to an open field. So I could see it, but it's definitely riskier. So like if I had like a big open tournament this weekend, I would definitely think twice about it.
Gotcha. So not a fan of it on ladder, and it's definitely riskier in the opens, but in more tight control, like let's say it's a lot riskier for the Swiss of a seasonal, but going into top 32 with the more controlled, like limited, it's a lot stronger there.
Field. It'd be pretty good. I still think in open field, like in a big tournament, like there's like a big tournament this weekend, I think, happening. It should still be good in the open field because if you think about it, anti-control like Shurima plus Bendel Tree plus something Those, like, arguably, this is even more risky to bring in an open field tournament because you're just going to get heated up by the yellow on PNZ. So you really need to make sure that you want to bring this lineup. And if I think people are reasonable, which they're not always, they shouldn't be bringing anti-control. So that means control is actually not too bad.
Yeah, well, it definitely worked out here. I just got to say, and I don't know if you played standard during this time, but the catalog go hard deck reminds me a lot of the old blue-black control and standard, where the only win con was Nephalia Drownyard and like
I did.
like 1/8 drop, but it was just like, yes,
just Drownyard.
Like, oh. Yeah, it's just Drownyard. You just play lands, removal spells, counter spells, and Drownyard. That's top card games right there.
That was a deck I was less that I knew the less about, the catalog deck. I was flip flopping between this and Darkness. Ultimately, I just think this is like a better against the Demacia stuff, which I was expecting to see a little bit of. But yeah, it could have been Darkness, but the catalog worked pretty well. If you've seen all of my games, it was MVP of the tournament. Sure.
Catalog was definitely a top one. But Kever, last question, like we always like to ask, anyone to call out that you'd like to see on a future fight night?
I'd like to get my boy G Sensational in here. I think it feels like a while since I've seen it in the fight night. That'd be nice to get some. I think he beat me last time I played him, so get some vengeance in. Maybe not in fight night, but somewhere.
All right.
Also, it's good practice for RA. We're on the same team in RA, so I want him to be in top shape. So I want him to play this.
There you go. You love the teammate call out. You love to see it. Kever, again, congratulations on the win. Thanks. And taking it in fancy fashion with the control lineups. And we'll see you back next week.
Hopefully, yeah, next week.
Awesome.
Peace.
Well, Mo, that's it. That was your first fight night cast. How'd you feel about it?
Dude, casting is easy. I don't know. And like on one hand, I just got to sit up here and it made me realize just how much like misplays other people do, and it kind of makes me think one of two things: either I misplay just as much as they do, and I am garbage at this game, or there is no shot any of these people are actually better than me. So I don't know how to like take it, so I'll probably just sit there and think that I also make those misplays just to make everyone else feel normal. When in reality, there's a reason that I'm a seasonal champion and these people are. So.
Well, there's some hot, spicy words coming out from Mo. I think the quote of "I would wash these fools" or something to that effect has been said at least a couple of times over this broadcast, but that is going to be the end of this broadcast. So shout outs again to Mo for filling in. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
But from the Wisdom and Giant Slayer family, from me, from Mo, we thank you all for watching, and we'll see you back in the next one.